Welcome to Patrick Roberts, our new timeline.
Hey guys, welcome. How's everybody doing tonight? It's actually a little chilly in here, but how's everybody doing tonight? Um, I I'm Mandela affected, and I don't know. I need help. I need help. I don't know where to go from here. I've been stuck here. No. Um, the whole title and everything is just a joke. I mean, we all know that we are all Mandela affected, right? But I've had so much time to think about, my past, um my life, and all the way up to 2016 when I had the kidney failure, and rethinking everything that happened there too. I have to admit to you guys, I've been wrong. I think I was wrong. I've been wrong. No, I know I was wrong. So I am here today, tonight, to tell you guys I've been wrong. I I've claimed on numerous times of this of having live streams and stuff. I've claimed that I found Jesus Christ, and I'm I apologize. I was completely wrong about it, and I'm really serious about this. Is that actually in 2016, Jesus Christ found me. I didn't find him. He found me and saved me. And because I'm thinking he did literally find me, because 2016, during my kidney failure, at that time I wasn't looking for him, you know. So, but after my kidney failure, I became a lot closer to him, starting to get to know him. I'm still getting to know my Lord and Savior. And uh I it's like when you start to wake up, the truth the truth about a lot of things just start coming out. And it's coming out so fast about everything. You take, just about everything. You take the media, take politics, take the all the shit that's the bad shit that's going on. So it's now I just lost my train of thought. But no, I definitely feel as I sit here and I think about stuff and I wake up to new stuff. We learn. I learn. I learn every day. Every day is a learning experience. And every day I have to learn to love everybody. And it's not an easy thing to do, right? So I literally talk to myself all the time. If I'm in a situation with somebody and I know that the situation's not going right, and so I speak up. I speak up now, and I say exactly. Uh, my mind tells me, hey, like all of us, our mind tells us, hey, there's this ain't right. I'm gonna speak up, and you either do or you don't. And so, but it's all a learning experience. It's all learning. But uh, I was the kind of put it out a little bit is what happened was one just recently yesterday. I was riding with somebody to the gas station and da 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 da. And the guy wanted to stop at McDonald's and get something, right? So he stopped at McDonald's and it took forever because they messed his order up and they couldn't get it right and they had to call a manager in and all that shit. And we're standing in where we're in the drive-through and like the traffic is like backing up. And I'm just like, I can't believe this is happening. I'm just like, wow, we've been here like 15 minutes and they are okay. So that takes a long time. So he gets a phone call, right? And he's like, yeah, I could hear that they said, what's taking so long? And I said, he goes, well, we got to make a stop before we get back to the house. And I said, where are you stopping? And he said, just got to pick something up. And I said to him, if it's something that I think it is, you're letting me out of this fucking car, or drop me off at the house or let me off because I'm not gonna be fucking part of that shit. So, so he took me home first, but it's just the people around here everywhere. It's like they have no common sense anymore. It's like they want to try to get over on you. Like it's like everybody seems to be just out for themselves. I'm not saying you guys. I'm just saying when I get out there in public, everybody's screwing everybody over. It's like I got a full movie to all this shit. Just sit back and watching, and people are literally destroying each other. So I'm gonna call chat out real quick. First in was Zenwen. Welcome. Unindoctrinated. Yes, you also made up a good point that there's also the dollar sign in Moneybags is the Mandela Effect. Yep, with the two lines. You are correct. Call for Zero, welcome. And thank you, Call for Zero, for my early birthday present. And also, I have to thank Cammy too for sending an early birthday present. I appreciate that. We will definitely be having a birthday. I do every year have a birthday stream, so I will definitely be having one, and that's gonna be we're hopefully we get a lot of people on and just have some fun, just talking about whatever anybody wants to talk about, keeping it real light and off the sex topics, right, Sharky? Keep off the sex, you know. I have to give Sharky a hard time. Um, let's see. Back to calling out Oxide. Um, the Voynich manuscripts are here. We gotta give it. And then we have Batman is here. So we'll have maybe to talk to an Elgol and a Batman. Sharky, welcome. Oh, I just missed somebody, I think. Did I miss somebody? Um, Patrick has 3 days per year. That's a good one. 3 birthdays a year. Yeah. He really does. What do I? Do I have 3 birthdays? Do I? It's that time of the month again for Patrick's birthday. Had a cousin give uh give my son you know what? I think I'm gonna have a strawberry cake. I'm gonna have a piece of strawberry cake here, and we're gonna go all out because you know what? It's Pat's birthday. It's my birthday, and I take. You know what? You know what I got for my 13th birthday? Yeah, right. A kick in the ass. No, get this. My 13th birthday, my dad wakes me up at 2 o'clock. No, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. He comes home from the bar. He's like, "Get up, we gotta celebrate your birthday." And he's got a cake downstairs, and I'm like, "He's shitting me." But at least he remembered, right? Um, yeah, I've had some interesting birthday. Really, I don't remember really celebrating my birthday um, too much when I was younger. Not even the only time I celebrated my birthday when I got bar age. When I got bar age, then I was hitting the bars. You know, it's my birthday and we're going out. I had to drink every night for my birthday for sure. Let's see. Sharky had a cousin give my son a box that had rocks in it. Then he was like, "What the fuck?" And cuz said, "Look underneath," and had a video game he was wanting. Ah, that's cool. Um, let's see. Everybody's saying hi. The Matrix. Welcome, The Matrix. Um, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Patrick's birthday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, repeat. Yeah. Yes, sir. Um, but going back, getting, a little bit more serious now, going back to um that I finally was like I woke up to not thinking that I found Jesus. It was actually the other way around totally, because I literally was on my deathbed. So Jesus saved me. So I don't think we died. I don't think we died anymore. Like I was saying, I think we died. I think we died. I don't think we died anymore. I think Jesus saved me. Now maybe I died and this is some sort of second chance life. No, I'm just kidding. We didn't die, but there's something supernatural going on, that we are being drugged through some sort of time it time is starting to speak. Time is starting to get smeary for me. Like if you looked at a painting and there's a spot where you can see that it got all blurred, because the two paints mixed or whatever. That's what time and reality is really. I know this is going to sound bonkers, but literally sometime I can look at, maybe it's my eyes, I don't know, but it literally looks like it's all blending together. um Very, very weird indeed. The news can't get any weirder. I mean, the truth comes out about the January 6th thing that went on. Tucker Carlson releases some truth video, and people are denying the truth. I mean, they just are like, no, definitely I can't wait to get to my spiritual body, because this body here is killing me. This body here is killing me. You're right on, Voy. This body is killing me, and it's holding me down. I feel like it's holding me down. Um, yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. The veil is breaking down. Yeah, yeah, for definitely. I mean, wow. You just look when you're looking through your feeds, YouTube or whatever, when you're watching a video or reading a Twitter clip, and they got a photo of anybody that's ruthless, they're changing. To me, I can see them for what they are. They look horrible. They look like they have no soul. Um yeah, there's a lot of that going on also. AI, them using AI as, they're not even really talking to you, got to they're they're not even doing that anymore. They're getting that lazy. They're just putting up a fucking project blue beam right in front of you, and they're all falling for it. You got I seen where Biden's hand is going right into the microphone, and it's like it should be knocking that microphone, doop, doop, but it goes right through. There's one clip where Biden lost the top of his head. I mean, it's like crazy. Men, welcome mental pancakes. Crunchy bee, welcome. Um, I will put the link out there if anybody wants to come in. Let me get this link out here. It's like I can't do two or three things at once. I can't talk right and think about. I'm just kidding. No, I really can't do it. Hmm. You know, I anybody else that runs live streams like this, you ever go back and watch yourself? You know, I know a lot of people watch their whole video to look for wherever they want to cut or maybe cut something out of it or whatever. I can't get through much of my video because I just don't like the way I am on video. Um, I don't know. It's different. Hey, Elgo, how you doing?
Everybody.
Good. You must have cut out a little bit there. We kind of heard you at the end. But he,
So we're here now?
I can hear you here. Yep, you're here. So how you been? It's been a while.
It's been a while. Community guidelines strike and all. Medical misinformation strike. And I've been getting this bunch of shit ready at work for the season, so it's kind of hectic. But the reason I want to click because I didn't last time, and I told you I always would. I just had too much work going on. But part of what I hear is this continual confusion, and I think we try to sort it out. And I was listening to you, and it reminded me of a poem that Kurt Vonnegut, and it's super short. Let's see if I can remember it exactly. Yeah. Okay. So, fish got to swim, bird got to fly. Of why? Fish got to rest, bird got to land, man got to himself. He understand. And so, what he was trying to say was that it's our nature to question and investigate. Sure. But at some point, if we're not going to lose our minds, we have to make sense of things for ourselves. From the Mandela Effect, we're not going to get to the truth.
not in this body.
No, yeah. While you're here now in this experience, you're not going to get it sorted.
Right.
But
it's
like I put
it
Mandela
still drives
a
man crazy though.
It
still drives a man crazy, to the point where I would love to know where this is coming from and how this is happening. So yeah, I mean but in a way I do have an understanding of it. And I think you were about to say you put the Mandela Effect back. You're done with the Mandela Effect. I think you're gonna say, right?
Yeah, I set it aside when I found a way for it to make sense to me, and what that was, I believe it's supernatural. I think it's true. I've seen things I've experienced things in a way that are not misremembering. And I've seen how it gets like it's a mind splinter for people. And for me, what I told myself, and the story I tell, is that Creator had to get people's attention for what's going on. And this was one way to do it. And I'm comfortable with that explanation. And so then I can take that and I can say, okay, well, next time I see something that's Mandela, and there haven't been a lot of Mandelas lately, but once another one happens, I'll be like, oh, there's another person who needs to get it, needs to pay attention, needs to understand that this place isn't as real as we want it to be. So it settled my mind on that. And once I did that, I could set it aside and never talk about it again. For me, it doesn't mean I'm right, and it doesn't mean that's true.
Even though we don't know what it is, are you like me as to at least I'm assured there is an afterlife. There has to be an afterlife after seeing what the Mandela effect, you know. It assured me pretty much.
But
So
see, so
do you
perfect. I mean, perfect.
you're cutting out. Sorry.
No, of course I am.
Yeah,
No, but if that's what it
whenever
did for
some
you,
truth
perfect.
comes out, whenever
Right?
you get to some real down to earth truth, then it starts cutting out. I really wanted to hear what you had to say there too.
Are we back?
Yes, now you
Can
are.
you? Okay. Well, so then perfect. So it led you to a place where you have no doubt about this not being our only experience, right?
Yeah,
So if it did that,
yeah,
then it served its purpose and you're good.
yeah. I just wanted other people to learn, and see what I see, because it's a I think it's a miracle, really. The people who are able to see this, uh, I mean, so I guess some people see it as a bad thing, though, because a lot of people have lost their minds over it. So, but I look at it as a good thing. How about you?
Absolutely. So then if it awakens somebody or makes them pay attention or they realize that they're not only a one-time trip in this body, then that's all good stuff. And it will lead to the next thing, the next awareness.
Hmm.
Just like you said
Oh,
earlier, and I don't entirely agree, but you said you have learned to try to love everybody.
yes.
That's
I
not a bad
try.
that's not a bad thing.
Right. I try, and when I have a bad thought about a person, I that's what I meant by I talk to myself a lot, because I stop myself from saying, "Hey, whatever's going on with this person, I have to try to love the person, instead of having the thought of not liking him, or I don't like what he presents or whatever. Welcome, John.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
How much? How you been?
Oh, nothing much, man. I was just listening into the stream. I was up early. I'm kind of tired, but I took a little nap. I kind of disagree with our brother Algorithm about, once we see it, let's move on and stuff, because just today, a massive flip flop that I recognized 2 days ago woke my brother up, and he has fought me. But if I hadn't
Right.
stayed on his ass and about things and keep trying to get him to remember,
I don't think Algo meant forget about it totally.
I know what you mean.
He
I'm just
just set
saying.
it aside. Yeah.
Uh,
But Algo can answer for himself.
but
No, I think
and
that's great, John. That's great.
and see it, and I've tried to not push him. You know what I mean? Because when people are scared about things, you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah.
But I mean, like lamb chop was his deal. Remember that little bitty um, kids show with lamb chop and Marilyn Hickey, I think it was.
Hmm.
It was like a little
Yeah, the
puppet show.
puppet. Yeah.
Yeah. The
Okay.
song that never ends. This is the song that never ends. He used to, when he was little, he would listen to that, and now it's the song that doesn't end. And when he heard that it doesn't, he was in denial. You know what I mean? He
Yeah.
said, I know it was never, but maybe I'm wrong. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? And
Well,
it will mess with him that hard.
yeah. Welcome, Chucker John Jim. Sorry, John. I
Hey,
was
Jim.
John Jim. Hey,
Hey, what's
Jim.
happening, y'all? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So, are you must be driving truck, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I'm an hour and a half away from where I need to be. I had to shut down because the roads were just getting slick.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
So, do you want to add anything to what we're talking about, or did you?
No, I came in on the tail end, so I really don't know what you're talking about. I'm just here.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
one thing I was gonna
Just
say,
trying to support my brother.
add to
Oh,
what our brother Algorithm was saying. I think what's happening. This thing is a trap for liars, Patrick. You see what I'm saying? Once God changed this, and that's who I believe did this, because I've got my reasons why when a personal Mandela Effect happened to me. But people had no choice but to start lying all over the place. Pastors, politicians, you name it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
They had no choice but to start lying and covering it up, scrubbing the internet. What happens when it changes back? These
Right.
people are going to be outed as liars, and that's what I think's coming. And we just had a massive flip flop back. Do you remember the word raccoon?
Yeah. Raccoon. Yeah.
Raccoon had two C's in it,
Yeah.
and then
It still has two C's.
it,
I
it
just seen the word the other day.
right.
It,
But in 2020, I don't know if you remember this. In 2020, when the thing rolled out, you know what I mean, that we're not allowed to say CORONA.
after Algo wrote it, he wrote it in the chat. It looks right with one C to me.
It changed to have one C in 2020, and then
Right.
it became an anagram for the virus. You know what I'm saying? CORONA. You could spell it with raccoon.
Uh-huh.
That happened in 2020, and people started pointing it out. You remember they said the lab that it came out of in Wuhan had the same symbol as the Umbrella Corporation. Remember that video
Yeah.
game, Resident Evil?
Oh yeah, yeah. I used to like that
Okay.
game.
And then, okay, and that was Raccoon City.
Raccoon City, yeah.
Okay. Now, Raccoon City had the word Corona in it. So there was Corona in Raccoon City. Think about what it's saying. Okay. And then guess what happens? Raccoon
Yeah,
has two C's again. It went back. And there's all sorts of evidence that people was pointing out you could spell Corona now, and the Umbrella Corporation and how they reuse the symbol. So now there's no Corona in Raccoon City, but there are a bunch of zombies walking around. So what do they have? It's not Corona.
that is weird how that game, you have to search for medicine to
Yep.
inject yourself to uh
Save
so
yourself
you
and all
don't get the virus. Yeah. Yeah, that's really
that.
interesting.
It's too weird. There's messages behind all this stuff, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Very
Yeah,
And
interesting.
and check it
it
out.
is weird.
It gets
Welcome,
weirder.
Cammy.
It
Hello,
gets
happy
Hey,
birthday.
Cammy.
Oh, it's not
What up,
my
Cammy?
birthday yet, but things. It's not until the 14th.
Boy said it was your birthday.
What?
Boy
but
said it was your birthday.
Oh.
I'm like, oh, I'm missing it. I have to go on.
No, I will have
No, you just missed
the
me,
title
Cammy.
will say birthday stream.
I haven't seen you
We
in a
were
hot
teasing him
second.
earlier, Cammy.
I know. I was asking Pat about you the other day, and then actually today we talked earlier. I'm like, did you say anything to Cammy that I was asking about her? And she's like, oh no, I forgot.
I distracted him. It was my fault.
But I did give Jim your information, Elgo. So I didn't
You
forget
did?
about that. Yeah, I
You
gave
did?
you Elgo. I gave you Elgo's information. Yeah.
Oh, you must have texted to me because I sure the hell didn't get it. I know you said
You
you
didn't
got
get
it to
it.
give it to me. Yeah, you said you got it to give to me, but you never did give it to me.
Yeah, no, I did give it to you because Elgo sent a message, email to remind me to give it to you, and then I was like, oh yeah, and I gave it to you right at that time. So you're gonna
Send
have
it
to look
again.
through
Send
your
it again.
texts.
I'm looking
Okay.
at my test right now. There's nothing from you, Pat.
It's a copy of it's a snapshot of his information. So it's not like I texted his information. It's actually a photo of his information.
Oh, I'll have to check again. I'll have to do it when you're not on here. When we're not on
Okay,
live
I'll
feed.
send it again. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, send it again.
So
Anyways, hi
anyways,
Elga.
Hey,
How you doing, brother? Long time no talk.
good, thank you. Yeah, it's been a long time. Can I ask John a question,
Good.
Patrick?
yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Go
So,
ahead.
John, I'm really curious about how it affected your brother, because that's big stuff. And just before you answer,
he wasn't that affected. He's like 8 years old, younger than me. So you know what I mean. He don't remember as good as me about a lot of the things. It seems like the changes targeted a lot of the certain age group. You know what I mean? It's like people that were born in the 70s, early to mid 80s. All these changes seem to have really resonated with us. You know what I mean? It's like we're on the precipice, and people born in the 60s. I hardly see people. My parents, you know what I mean? I've got them to admit things. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. I remember it being Delano. You know what I mean? And little things like that. They know that, hey, okay, yeah, something's off. But
I even had my dad admit it. I showed him the JFK film and everything in 2017, and he knew that it was really weird and everything, but it didn't stick. It was like he just went back to doing whatever. I'm like, can't fathom how you cannot get fascinated by this, and start
I think
asking questions.
I think it, like
Cool,
what
Karen.
Aldo was saying, I'm not trying to push everybody into, saying, okay, I admit it. I think this work we're doing with trying to show people, they kind of halfway, admit it to you. I think the time's coming that they're going to jump on board, that all this will be worth it. You know what I mean? Like when all this crap happened in 2019, I made up like 100 American flags. I still got them. You know what I mean? That with the red beneath the blue, I thought I was going to be able to give them away and people would want them. Nobody wanted them. I mean, almost like they were scared of them. Like there was an irrational fear of these flags. You know what I mean? It was weird. So I've got them all in a chest somewhere they're still in packages. But imagine if it changes back. I'm going to have those flags. You know what I mean? And they're going to have to say, yeah, that doesn't make sense that you would have made something, as proof the way it is. So what I'm telling everybody to do, we need to start making our own residue. Remember, if we would have known that changes were coming and we could have painted pictures, and have you noticed how many people's paintings have survived?
Well, because anything you do that's hand drawn will survive.
It seems,
Anything that is mass produced will not.
it
Oh
seems
yeah,
like
yeah. Third party. Yeah, yeah.
if you
Exactly.
go out of
Third
your way to
party.
do it with your own, you know,
And how to get proof
Yeah.
is you draw it with your hand or trace it or whatever. Then
yeah,
you video you demonstrating your thingy so it has a date. And then because it's hand drawn, it shouldn't change because there's
Yeah. It
nothing
would
on
be
the
cool if we
that's
knew
what
what
I'm
was
doing.
gonna change ahead of time,
I'm just
so
gonna
we
have
could.
Well,
my family
anything
circle
that has
what's the
changed because
current
they
Yeah,
flip
reality.
flop. So you take whatever you know
Tammy
has
said
changed.
thingies.
And to answer
Yeah. No.
something else that
I
they
know.
said where they said
Yeah.
it's
Right.
affecting a
Right.
certain
Right.
generation, I just think there's different Mandela effects for
I
every
think you're
generation.
true.
We are
Yeah.
focused on
Mhm.
our group, but there's
Right.
some for the young people. We just don't know about them because that stuff doesn't interest us. So we didn't see it change because it's
Right.
nothing for us to know. Like one of the ones that only I know because my son was
Yeah.
into it is Pikachu's tail changed. Most of you
Mhm.
probably would have never even known that because you're like, who the heck is Pikachu? He's
Yeah. Right.
a Pokemon.
We
But
need to paint
for
a
some of the
picture of
younger
Pikachu.
ones, that's something that'll resonate for them. Some of them will notice it because that was something they grew up with. And that's for the ones in their 20s. And then for the younger ones, you have to find stuff there. And to know that, you really are have to hang out with those age groups so that you're watching and assimilating their stuff because you'll never see it if you're not watching it. And that's just why we don't see it happening because they just have different stuff. They could care less about our stuff and Star Wars and whatnot. That doesn't interest them, so they don't know about that.
We
But
we need to do exactly that.
it's constantly happening. It's always been happening. So it's just every generation has their own groupings of personal Mandela effects that are changing for them. And unless we can hit upon ones that they recognize and know, it's not going to resonate.
I think it's gonna I think it's all gonna go back, and everybody that's
Well, it always does. History
postured,
repeats itself.
I mean, completely back. Like I call it the molest effect because our reality
Well,
was
it's all
like
going to come
molested.
crashing down. To do that, everything's got to get stripped away. So you're going to see it all again because it's all going bye-bye. And it is actually already starting to go. I was giggling my butt off this morning reading about how Jim Carrey's suing somebody on YouTube for releasing the Epstein list because now he can't get
Yeah. I heard
employment.
about that.
He's having a hard
Yeah.
time. And I'm thinking, I hope they all have a hard time. Let's all release that list because, like, I just want everybody to keep reminding everybody that the list is out there because not everybody even knows it's out there.
You're right.
And I'm like, we need to keep reminding the population to not back off. We need these pressures on because we have to stop all the evils because that's a part of the process.
Mhm.
They're gonna be exposed soon.
And it's
All these
happening. It's
people.
just, it's not being announced because they're too busy shining their evil things that are depressing people in everybody's face. While all this other stuff is going down, they're tumbling.
This
They're
definitely
tumbling
this
so
definitely
fast.
would be a better place without all the governments. You know,
Well, they're
I
going
was
to.
I was
Everybody's got
just
their time to
telling
go. It's just we're watching the effects happen. It's coming. There have been
I
so many
was
people signaling to be ready because it's coming in many,
I
many, many
was
different ways.
I was just telling Jim earlier that it we could live a good life without the governments interfering with everything because if we just got back to bartering and just like the Amish do. If Gemini's barn burns down, they go and help him rebuild it,
I was
and
actually just
that's
watching how they build a barn in one day
yeah,
because they
it's
all work together.
that's the way, yeah, that's the way we should be, you know,
It's the way it used to
and
be.
and just loving nature, taking care of nature. We're supposed to be the adults of this world, this reality, and we're not by far.
We're supposed to be the caretakers of the planet.
I came across a few video things on Twitter. They kept popping up. These videos keep popping up. One was kids fighting, a lot more kids beating up their teachers and stuff like that. And then I seen these black kids attack a white woman, and they got her down on the ground, and they still just kept kicking her. and kicking her like hard in the face.
Oh yeah,
And
they've got no,
and she wasn't even moving anymore. I
yeah,
was
they've got
like,
no value upon life anymore. A life is
right,
meaningless. They've convinced them that they're so small and inconsequential in the scheme of things, in the grand vastness of the universe, that you don't really matter. Nobody matters. So if nobody matters, you can kill somebody and it doesn't fucking matter.
yeah,
And
that's
it's
sad.
horrifying.
Sad.
As far as the teachers being attacked, I don't know why they thought this wasn't going to happen. You have them attacking students, that any student who is normal right now is being attacked. You either are the oppressor, you're
Right,
not conforming to the gender, whatever things, you're not supporting, you forgot to address somebody the proper way. You're going to snap. Kids don't have the capability and mental stability that adults have. And if everybody, including your teacher, is jabbing at you constantly and you hate going there and you're being forced to go there, you're going to snap. So, what were they thinking was going to be the outcome of all this? Of course, they're going to blame the parents so that they can have the excuse to try and take the kids. At least they're going to try. The problem is that it's too late. They're already losing, which is why you see their last Hail Marys of trying to make everybody think the world is the most evil, vicious, whatever place in the world, because they need to drag as many down as possible and keep them in that negative
right,
form. It's not. It's crumbling down. Everybody who is silent, because the silent majority actually don't feel the way that everything that they're pushing does, but they've stayed silent because it's the vocal minority that's been getting everything. Well, they've started realizing that they need to use their voice to say no to a lot of this stuff and to go and speak up. So you have
yeah.
parents going to parent
Hey,
teacher whatever conference things, you have the
hey,
list coming
welcome.
out, you have,
Welcome, JP. And
I
JP
know,
says, "You're an alien from Sagittarius." You know, and I agree
every
with
time
that.
somebody tells me I'm weird, that's what I tell them. It's because I'm
My,
not from here. I'm from
I
Sagittarius.
feel, yeah, my consciousness is originally from Sagittarius. And I actually wrote that, kind of wrote that. I didn't write it Sagittarius, but I actually wrote this. Um, I really don't see, now I don't tell anybody who to follow or what religion or whatever. I don't believe in religion. I do follow Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. And I was just thinking, how could a person not follow Christ, because didn't, he all he did was love people. You
Yes, well,
know,
they've got them convinced he didn't exist, though. That's the new push, is that all these youngins believe that he was like an Aesop's fable. Somebody wrote him in a book to try and teach a moral lesson, but he didn't really
but what
exist. That's what they believe.
I wrote down, I no longer think I died, but was moved supernaturally to where I am now. And I think we keep moving through timelines, and we are now waking up to seeing this in real time. That's what I wrote on my thing. So it's kind of like the timelines, because I think I was in Sagittarius, and in 2016 I do feel like my consciousness moved here, wherever here is now. Here could probably be, it could be the same thing, just everything's like switched around, and the people, it's like everything's upside down. Really,
I've been
that's the way it
referring to
feels.
everything as in the upside down, like Stranger Things, because
Yeah, it's, yeah.
we're not in reality, that's for sure.
Yeah, it
Nothing about
feels
this
like
place is based in reality.
it's starting to feel like I can feel it moving. Like I can feel reality moving past me. That sounds weird, I know. Like a movie script, like a film. If you're watching the 8, like Super 8 type film, or the really old film from the 40s and 50s that was on a roll, and you're watching that film go by, black and white or sometimes color. That's what it looks like. It feels like it's all smearing together. That's what it feels
I
like to
think
me.
all this is happening, Patrick, inside of God's head, brother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it could
That's
be
where
like
we live.
we're each one of us are thoughts of God. Is that what you're saying?
Basically, yeah, that we're made in his image, you know what I mean? And we have souls of our own, but you know what I mean? I believe in the Son of
Yeah.
God too. I believe that the Son of God is the only way you can see God
Mhm.
because he lives inside of God's head with you. You know what I mean? That's the only way. I believe the same thing as you, basically. You know what I mean? The only way you'll see the Father is to look at him. You can't go
Right.
outside and see God's face because you don't exist out there. You
Right.
know what I mean? That's why no man can see God because you're actually a part of his consciousness.
Right. And
You don't,
if
you don't exist out there to see his
if
face.
you don't get to know him, he's not going to know you.
Right. This is, I mean, this is as real as it, I think, you know what I mean? I think this is a deception that, I mean, he told us in the last days that there'll be things that would try to fool the elite if possible. Remember? I mean,
That would fool everyone and even the elite, some of the elite.
if it was possible, it would fool,
If it was possible, yeah.
and that also that things were coming that would cause men's heart to fail.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think
I think we're in the birth pains right now.
we could start hearing crap about, you know, God's an alien and the aliens are back or soon. And we can start, you know what I mean? Hearing crap.
Oh, they're already starting that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Right.
they're going to try to,
with all the
They're
shoot
starting to
downs
soft
and
push it.
stuff, they're
they're going
getting
to try to
everybody
say
all
Jehovah's a
riled
big
up.
lizard guy.
I've
Yeah.
heard quite a few things
Yeah.
recently from some
We
fairly
just gotta.
influential people on the subject.
If
We
you can
cannot
see
fall
him,
into that stuff.
he can't be our father. That's just the thing to remember there. You know what I mean? Only part, you know what I mean? Only thing we could be, I don't bow to anybody. You know what I mean? I bow, the Son of God looks like me. He doesn't look like a lizard. You know what I mean? I'm made in God's image. So if someone comes up, says they're Jehovah and they're an alien, I'm sorry. Jehovah looks like me. You know what I mean? You don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And so that, I mean, that's what I think we're getting, they're preparing us for. You know what I mean? If we're gonna be like the elite that cannot be fooled, you know what I mean? We got to know what to do in certain situations like that, where, you know what I mean? Like we've been prepared, they're gonna hoax us with aliens. You know what I mean? What happens if? See, I think what happening is they're being trolled. The elites are being trolled by their own demons. And they're seeing aliens, they're talking to aliens. There's no telling what they think they know. The Air Force and all those people. They're getting trolled. They're getting played just
They
like
have a space force,
all
and they
that.
mimicked all the things that they think they know is alien.
I don't care if they shake hands with him.
Oh, now we can have a false flag that is demon or human, which is
Well, welcome, Mad
false flag.
Pieman.
Hey, Mad Pieman.
Or as
Matt
welcome,
Pyman, long time no talk.
Being
Peanut.
extra aware
Welcome,
that when you see something in the sky, it could just be us at this point.
JP
And I can
unindoctrinated.
share with you the
Welcome,
video that
guys.
explains that one.
Nick.
But brother, I just wanted to
Did
come
you
on
need
and
the link,
talk about that
Pointy?
change. I got to get back to bed. I get up early.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like it looks like you're cold there.
Yeah, I was in bed.
Okay.
But,
Well, hey, thanks
I
for
got up
joining,
like 3 in the
man.
morning. No,
So
yeah,
John, before you go,
yeah.
is it going to benefit your brother?
I believe it will, because when this thing changes back, you know what I mean? Because see, I've noticed an irrational anger. I understand people are afraid of this thing, and I don't try to push people, but sometimes we get like an irrational anger out of people to where it don't make sense, you know what I mean? And then you really got to back off because, you know, it's not going to benefit them. But the ones that kind of, you know, they didn't disown us. They didn't say, you know, you're crazy, you know, go see a doctor. Because I think half of the people would just rather us go see a doctor, even if they know, hey, I kind of know what he was talking about, but it's best he goes gets him some pills. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it was like that, if they were like that, it's not going to benefit them at all. I think when it changes back, they're probably going to be demon possessed. You know what I mean? But if we were able to show them we love them, you know what I mean, and that we need to pay attention because something's happening and there's messages all around it. You know what I mean? If you build it, he will come. I mean, I believe that's God's telling us if we build Solomon's temple, there's going to be, that's what you don't want to do. You know what I mean? I mean, there's messages all in this stuff. Remember the Twin Towers, the Solomon Brothers building?
Yeah.
That's Salmon brother.
Salmon.
Yeah, it changed to
No,
Salmon.
it's good. I mean, it's good that
But do you know who Salmon is?
Going to benefit.
I believe he will, because he's not going to be ashamed of, you know, of having treated us wrong.
I see it definitely biblical. Everything's biblical going on.
Exactly. Remember, okay, Solomon Brothers building, the Twin Towers, changed to Salmon. Salmon is the ancestor that's left with Rahab. We learned that from the book of Matthew. She was a Canaanite. She's in the line of David. You know what I mean? Israel was commanded not to intermarry with the Canaanites, serve their gods, nothing. There's messages in this. You know what I mean? And it is biblical, massive. And if we just let our parent, you know what I mean?
Welcome.
If we
gotta
just
welcome JP also.
I mean, if we're believers, Bible believers should be warning their people. I believe that, because there's a lot. But I'll hop off here, brother. It's been.
I appreciate you sharing your brother's story. Just before you go.
Yes, sir.
Set Mandela Effect down is I don't look for them and I don't really pay attention. But in the case like with your brother, if somebody came to me and said, "Did you ever hear about Chick-fil-A?" I wouldn't walk away. I would absolutely say, "Yeah, let's have a conversation." So I'm not done with it. I mean, it's kind of like when you're cooking things and you finally learn how to make gravy out of a roux. You can never not know it. You always know how to do that. So you'll use it when you need to, and you'll leave it alone when you don't. And I just leave it alone more than not, because people around me have no concept of it. And if they ever do, I would absolutely sit down and say, "Okay, let's talk about this."
Right.
And it sounds like what happened with your brother, and I think that's great.
But if I hadn't mentioned the thing about Raccoon City to him, because there's a guy in his neighborhood that painted his car just like the Raccoon City. He painted Raccoon City on the side of it. You know what I mean? It's got beacons on it. It looks just like a police car. And I said, I took a picture of that guy's car because it had the 2 C's. And I told that guy, I said, have you heard of the Mandela Effect? He said, yeah, I don't believe in it. And I said, well, brother, do you know that raccoon has 1 C now? And he said, nuh-uh. You know what I mean? I said, yeah. And at the time that I took that picture, it had 1 C. And he flipped out because he painted that car himself. You know what I mean? He stenciled on the letters Raccoon City and crap. And
yeah, that's good.
If I hadn't mentioned that to him, if you know what I mean, because he was in doubt. He was like, well, I don't know if it was 1 C or 2. And I said, okay, but you know, it was 2. I can't make you believe that now, but now that it's back, he remembers that, hey, we had this conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
and
Hey,
I'm so
okay.
I just thank God. I love it, everybody. I got to get on.
All
I'll
right,
Take
see
care of
you.
man.
yourself, bud.
Thanks for coming.
Yes, sir.
And
Y'all have a good one.
welcome Spaceman to the chat.
I think it's Space
Hey,
Lord.
how's it go? Yeah, I know. I said Spaceman. What's up?
What's up, bro?
How do I look?
Looking good, brother.
Oh, I can just barely hear you. My volume, my StreamYard's all messed up. Good to see you, Patrick. Patrick,
You too, man.
you are one of the pioneers, buddy. You have been with us since the beginning.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
You know,
Yeah,
Patrick,
how
your
you doing?
shows really have helped me a lot. And if we didn't have each other in 2016, you know, especially when the Bible changes and all that's hit. Oh boy,
Right.
if I was by myself, I would have went nuts. I wouldn't have made it without the rest of the Mandela Effect community guys. You know what?
Yeah.
Thank goodness we have each other, right?
Yeah, for life. We all know each other.
Yep,
That it's a bond. There's a bond there, you know.
it is. Because boy, didn't we all ended up kind of isolated, didn't we? Because boy, I lost my brother. I told him about Mandela Effect, and he knows the Bible real well. And oh boy, what a mess. And then
Yeah.
things started calming down just in the last couple of years, where I'm just a little more careful about who I talk to about it.
How are you doing health wise and everything?
You know, I'm doing good. My mother's getting older, and so that's making me kind of sick to my stomach.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, there's Captain Kirk is in the room, you know, and he and I hooked up, and he's got some great videos. He recorded us. I kept saying to Kirk James, I said, man, we need to record these conversations of ours. And we just talk hard and fast, you know how I am. And then he talked faster than me. And so we would both just went over Mandela Effect stuff, and we talked all about you, Patrick.
Really? Oh boy.
You know,
I'm a weird one.
I kind of lean towards what Life
Strange.
Matrix said too, is that we were somehow, I don't know, maybe we have a, you know, near death experiences stuff. You know what I mean? And here just a couple nights ago, there was a massive car crash out front, and I didn't hear the bang. And then when I went out for a little short walk about this time a couple nights ago, there was a crashed car out front of the house here. And I was like, what's going on? And there was a guy in the car. And
Yeah, go ahead.
make this briefly short. I thought, did he crash into me? Did I die? Am I in a dream? And the moon was full. Now, Patrick, you said that you were in the hospital, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, I don't know, it was Life Matrix that mentioned it first, you know, Life Matrix in Southern California. He said,
Yeah.
I think it's possible we all passed away. And then Kirk James and I have talked quite a bit, and we were guessing that Sagittarius Earth was dusted, and then we were moved here to Orion Earth. I'll just say this last thing, Patrick, and then I'll shut up. And I talk too much. I know that. And then thanks for letting me on the show. And I'll just tell everybody I love them. And Jesus
Yeah, no
is the
problem.
answer for real. I mean, that's it. That's what the bottom
Thanks
line
for
is. We've got to. Yep. Now let me say this very last thing though. I'll just add this to you know, what might apply to what you guys are talking about. I just popped in the room. I'll replay this whole show. And again, thank you so much, Patrick. Now, listen, in Men in Black, you know, I think the one with the young black girl and the monster guy, when it shows her bedroom, she's into space stuff in Men in Black movie. And then on her wall is a poster and it says, "You are here." And it points to the edge of the galaxy, the big giant poster over her bed.
Oh yeah.
That's residual, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I didn't.
It's the
I
very
don't even
first part of the
remember.
movie. I think it's Men in Black 2. And it has a young
Okay.
girl and a little monster comes to her window, you know, an alien.
Okay.
And then she's all into space and aliens and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
on her
Okay.
wall is a big giant poster and it points, "You are here." And it's pointing
Okay.
right to the very edge of the galaxy. And we're not there, are we? We're in Orion. That's like almost to the black
Not
hole
anymore.
center of
Yeah. Right.
I know.
What did you?
And
What
that
did you
is
say, Al?
residual, isn't it?
I didn't. What did you say, Algo?
No, I said not anymore. I just said not anymore.
Oh yeah.
We used to be there, but not anymore.
Hey,
Yeah.
Voynich, I just want to pass this very last message, Patrick. Voynich, I am so sorry. I was drinking a lot. When Mandela Effect hit, I was drinking whiskey. I mean, I was like beside myself. I didn't know what to think. And so, Voynich, you know, I really said some really horrible things to you, and I deeply apologize. Please accept my forgiveness. And Patrick, to you too. I think I said some stuff in your chat rooms also. But anyway,
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah.
hey,
I
listen
bet.
to Kirk James. He uploaded on his YouTube channel. I've got a few Mandela Effect YouTubes on my old channel. I think I lost all that stuff though. I'm not sure. And then, but Kirk James has a current YouTube page, and he and I have long conversations about Mandela Effect. And Kirk
Yeah.
James, or Captain Kirk, he's a good man. He just is. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
All right. Hey,
Hey,
listen,
I
Patrick, you know,
appreciate it, and yes, I do forgive you because you did say a lot of rotten things to
I
a lot
did.
of people,
I was drinking
and
whiskey. When Mandela
you,
Effect hit, I lost my mind. I absolutely
yeah,
went off the rails, and I didn't know what to think. And I thought, I don't know what's going on here. And I started to, you know, thank goodness I didn't do drugs or anything. All righty.
right.
Well, you
But
guys have a good night.
I appreciate you,
Yep.
you know, coming on and making it right and talking with
Yep.
us and stuff.
And
So
once again, I just want to tell everybody we've got each other, like Patrick said, and we got to kind of stick together, you know, because
yeah,
there's not very many of us on this Orion Earth or whatever, wherever we're at. But boy, I'll tell you, just lean on your faith and just say your prayers every day. All righty.
Good to see you, Raul.
Hey, thanks, Patrick. I'm about near cheers that you let me talk to the group. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Yep.
You have a good night, everybody.
You too.
Take care, brother.
Bye.
Thank you, Changing Matrix. I appreciate that. Especially coming from you. I love you and I love your work. That's a woman that's after my heart there, that she has more balls than a lot of people to stand up against the industry the way she's doing from the inside, basically. So love you too, girl. Check her site out. I don't know if you guys know of Changing Matrix. But if you don't,
First I've
check
heard.
her. Yeah, check her out.
She has a good channel.
She's yeah.
Nice.
She doesn't put out a lot of content, but when she puts it out, it counts. You know.
I need a new channel to follow.
Yeah, she's a good one to follow. And
Changing
let's see.
Matrix.
Somebody dropped out.
Where's Digi? He's probably sleeping, I think. I know during the day, usually when he's up, he's at work or something. Like during the day. See what time? I'm trying to think what time it was when I tried to get a
18
hold
hours.
of
17 hours.
it. Was it was a long. I was like, it's damn near a whole day.
Yeah, it's like
A
4:30
whole day
in
ahead
the
of us.
afternoon. Where he
Yeah,
is.
yeah. I'm like, how?
All right, sir.
All right, man. I don't know where my brother went. He dropped out, but I will send him the damn information again. I swear, I swear I sent it to him. I'll send it to
I'm
him
sure you did.
again.
I appreciate it. Thanks, dude.
You're
No, and he'll
welcome.
get to me when he can. Yeah, Cammy, take good care of yourself over there. Everybody in chat, you
Yes.
guys are good people.
Started making dinner.
There you go. And with that, my friend, I will bid you a good night.
Yeah, you have a good night too. I'll go. I love you, man.
I'll see you again, brother.
All right, man. Take care. And now we have just Cammy and I. Yay.
I'm going to be muted for a sec, but only because I'm going
Now,
to be running water over
okay.
my lettuce.
Now the party starts. Let's get down and boogie. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, we got another guest trying to come in. I don't know. Oh, we got to have Rebel in here. Hey, Rebel, how's it going, Brian?
You doing, Patrick?
Good. So, how's everything going over there in your neck of the woods?
Well, basically same old, same nonsense. New year.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, seems like even worse nonsense this year.
Does it really?
They're not wasting any time this year.
No, yeah, it's the same nonsense. It's just new titles, but same nonsense. If you don't buy into the fear, it's all the same.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, they got people over here scared of nuclear war. They're scared of this thing that's going around in the air and killing people. and they're afraid of trains blowing up. Oh my God, we've got 3 miles of a train somewhere in California that's just sitting on the tracks. If people are putting that story out, it's like, oh my God, nothing like fear mongering people now.
Yeah, the sitting bomb. Yeah.
But and there's a guy on YouTube that's been predicting for almost as long as I've known him, 2 years. He's been predicting it's coming up in June. I want to say June 11th or something like that Washington DC is gonna go boom, and or no, not Washington. It's Seattle.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I was saying Washington is actually asking for it. So
Yeah, no, it's Seattle, and I'm not sure if it's gonna be by tidal wave, but supposedly it's gonna be all destroyed, and then he's predicting September 4th, Trump is supposed to get a head wound, and
Oh,
he's
really?
like, yeah, and he's predicting this stuff by this number thing, uh, gematria.
Yeah, yeah,
He's
yeah.
using gematria for it, and he does make a good case. He brings like all this stuff in, and he's like got all the numbers match up to birth dates and all this stuff, and it's like, but it is not. We're not supposed to be doing all that shit. That's like
Oh,
messing with.
if,
I mean,
if
to me, that's like using tarot cards
if you
or
put a
we.
lot of numbers together, you can get, well, basically anything you want, you know.
Yeah, I think so, man. I think you're right.
So
Boy, Nick,
Yo,
welcome, bud.
guys. Hello, hello.
I would rather have people just telling me, you know, they have a gut feeling and this is what they believe is going to happen, you know. When they start
Hmm.
putting all the numbers behind it, you know, it deters me a little.
I'll
Hey,
go see
boy.
if the Seattle thing was 2018. No,
I mean,
well,
yeah,
he's saying,
I've been hearing about this. Yeah, I mean, there's several channels doing this, of course, and backing it up with how they
it's supposed to
interpret
be
it.
the Space Needle, Seattle, the Space Needle thing was supposed to blow up.
Oh,
Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
and that there's this guy that I also follow, and he was an ex-military, and he's been predicting also the rapture, right? And he's been predicting it for 6 years, like it's going to happen this year. And I remember him saying that in 2018, right? And then in 2019, and I'm sure I was affirmed by the Lord. He confirmed my feelings, and yeah, but
Mhm.
Yeah, but maybe his feelings is not wrong, you know, but that's how they make us seem crazy, you know,
yeah,
when we stand out and say this is going to happen because I
Mhm.
watched something and I put something together, you know. And I think that's part of the plan, you know. They want us to expose ourselves like that, you know. So we seem crazy to the rest of the world.
yeah. Well, that's why I'm wearing this cap. Like, yeah, I'm crazy. Yeah, I mean to be crazy.
I wear that hat too, all day. As
Yeah.
everybody else is normal, I wear that hat all day.
Yeah, yeah,
But there's other
yeah.
people also telling me today's my birthday, and then you see him like 3 months later, and it's hey, it's my birthday. What do you know? It's my
What are
birthday.
you talking about, man?
About your by how do you say this? Like
I
like your
said
monthly. I'm talking
I
about your
s-
seasonally birthday. I mean, you have seasonal birthdays. We just have
no,
one birthday per year.
the last stream I did, I said it's my birthday's coming up, and Dave and Kimmy or Cammy, I'm sorry.
No,
Uh,
we
they,
all know. We all know we celebrated your birthday like 3 months ago. Dude. and now you go by it again, and that already was your second birthday in that year, right? And so now's your first
It's
birthday
gonna be
this
my
year
third,
again.
eh? Yeah,
So
it's gonna be my third.
yeah,
Hey, Peanut, welcome. How's it going, man?
Hey, Patrick, thanks for having me up. How you doing?
Doing good, doing good.
What's up, Royditch?
how you doing, Peanut?
I like the hat, man. It's funny. So, I was listening to. Hey, what's up, Rebel and Cammy? I was watching.
Yes, Matt Pyman, Drastic Liars. That's it. Sorry, Peanut.
No, that's all right. That's exactly what I was going to ask you about. What a weird synchronicity. That's ridiculous. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. That guy, I'm like, holy shit.
Is he still on?
Yeah. He's like, I mean, he does have good evidence, but it's like, I can't fall for that shit. I can't get involved in that type of, because it is like doing Ouija, or or
Same
the cards,
You're right.
reading the
Probably
cards.
cards.
If the world doesn't have enough problem as it is, you know, why make more?
Right, exactly.
Can you hear me? Because my mic is way over here.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you perfect.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, he may have changed. I'll have to look it up, and put it in my. I'll put it in my description later. But he may have changed his name just a little bit because he has been thrown off YouTube quite a few times, and every time he comes back, he basically has the same name, but he adds something to it, or he'll take something away from it, like a letter or something.
Yeah. I used to
So
watch him back in the day, and like I don't want to like bag on him too much, but like I couldn't watch. I couldn't believe how many people be watching it. You know, like because
I know.
you know, I mean, like there's so many suckers out there. Like sometimes, like it kind of shows you that like it's not really the size of the channel for the quality. You know what I mean? You could watch like a small channel that's a lot more legit than like, or vice versa, or whatever. You know, so like, yeah, I don't know.
I think it always
Yeah.
works like that, you know. The smaller channels,
Well, like Voyager's channel, he's always
Yeah.
got high quality like content on there. You know what I mean? Where like
Yeah.
right, he always comes on when I'm at work, so I don't have a whole lot of time to watch it. But like what I do, or your channel, or whatever, it's like there's a certain level of respect there. But like when you get to some other people like that, I don't want to bag on it, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, they're not corrupted, you know, by the big media.
Well, not so.
corporation.
Well, that I don't think that is what happens. I think what happens is this audience capture thing. So, like let's talk about this Jurassic liars thing. You know, he finds out something. He starts to see a code or a pattern, and he wants to tell that to the public, and he sees it everywhere, and he you know, it's a success for him. So he gets. How do you say it? He can reciprocate with his audience.
Algo
right?
said to tell you, time is just moving fast.
Okay. And so what happens is like somebody's successful with a certain topic on a certain channel, and he will just keep on doing that because this is what works for him and for the audience.
Yeah,
So,
right.
and when I hear from you that he's still doing the same thing, I mean, I saw him 5 years ago or so, and I mean,
really?
I mean,
He's been doing it that long, huh?
He should be. The man should be bored by now, but he's not because he's captured by his audience.
He's in it.
Yeah, he looks like a lonely guy, but I'm not going to tear him down either. But it's, you know, he's doing this thing. He doesn't ask for any money, so it's like he's not out for money. He just to me he seems like a lonely guy, you know, just trying to get people to talk to.
Yeah, there's that too. I pick up on that too.
We have always been. All of us has been there, you know, where we just feel alone and we need like-minded people to share our stories.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we'll leave it comments.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Walking down Washington.
Yeah, I think maybe part of it is that like I don't know. I mean, there's so much temptation on being on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like I can see it. I think sometimes it can be a negative influence on people, like for various reasons. You know, it's there's a lot of temptation there for ego and and I think we're all prone to it. You know, I mean, so this affects some people more than others. That's a cool drawing, boy. Did you draw that?
No, somebody drew me.
Yeah, I dig that. Man. I like the hat. That's cool.
It was Danielle, her son.
Yeah, I like it. Cool.
Yeah. Sorry?
It really captures you, like with the eyebrows or something.
Yeah. It's dude. It's very talented. It's a very talented guy. I think he's only 13 years old.
Oh, right on.
It's like he did it so well.
Yeah, really cool. It's like kind of minimalist, where it's like just line, but it nails it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I was so mad at myself today. I caught the very tail end of your stream when you were putting some important information out, and I started watching it, and you deleted it right away, and I'm like, damn it.
Yeah. You know, I'm not taking any risk anymore. I just want to keep my channel.
Yeah,
and,
I heard that.
So every time I do a stream, I just immediately delete it, you know, just to be safe. I wish I could.
Yeah, right.
I wish there was another way, but I think this is the best way to do it.
So what they're is that how it works? Like if you leave it up a long time, then they'll find a problem with it, and then I wonder if I don't know a whole lot about all the strategy and all that. I wonder if it like someone's like voting against you or so. I don't know what the thing is, because I don't really do it a whole lot. Like once every couple of years or something, where someone complains about it. So, oh, it's this, that, it's bullying, or it's this. You know what I mean? Like, oh, is it something like that? You think, or what is it? What happens?
No, it's just
I got a harassment strike.
it's just. I think we're all on a list, and you get hit, and you get hit now and then. You know, we can see this purge going on. Like then, you know, for the past 6 months, everything was okay, and then in the last month, everybody got hit one way or the other, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we definitely got a big red flag in our channels. You see that. I have a couple channels, you know, and I made a video, you know, like a couple of months back where I told my life story, you know. That video is not allowed on my main channel, but it's up on my other channel, and it's been up from day one, you know. And every time I try to upload it to this channel, you know, my big channel, it doesn't even get uploaded.
I just got a strike back.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, and they give me a few times they've given me a strike for videos that were 2 years old or more.
Yeah, I've heard of that before. Yeah. You know, I had this thing where like I posted something like in private. It had music in it, and they were perfectly cool with it. But then like I did that with like 10 different things, like it was kind of sewing together for a live stream performance thing. And like and when I did it as a live stream, then they had a beef with it. I'm like, what the hell? Why is it like
I noticed that as long as I keep my videos now, the ones like this one so far, I will keep up because we haven't said anything over the line that we're not supposed to say. But I will all my videos from this date all the way to where the C19er started. Them videos have to be gone because they're the ones that have been giving me the strikes.
Oh, okay, gotcha. They don't want you to talk about that, I guess.
Yeah, somewhere or somebody in my panel or I don't know, in the chat said something. I always get a strike for medical misinformation, and I got one strike for political misinformation, something like that.
Wow.
And that was when the Big T was running, and I said that the race was they cheated basically, and so I got a strike for that.
Yeah, when you hit a nerve, you get a strike for it, and it just
yeah, right.
Hey, nice to meet you, Rebel. Later, Patrick. I got to go. I got to pick someone up at the hospital.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, I hope they're okay, man.
Yeah, right on. Hey, see you guys. Thanks for having me up.
Yep. Thanks, Peanut.
Yeah.
Bye.
Cammy says bye. Bye.
I'm just eating, so I'm sorry.
I'm making some coffee.
Don't speak when you're eating, Cammy.
Don't speak with a mouth full. Well, you're gonna hear me slurping. I'm making some coffee. You're gonna hear the slurp come back.
Oh. Yeah, I made myself a whole pot too. So I'm drinking this whole one. So I'll be hyper in a moment.
Hyper. Do you work?
Yeah.
Do you got to go to work today?
No, I'm taking a little break off work.
Oh, okay.
You know,
So you're just chilling.
Yeah, I do that a lot these days. You know,
Nothing wrong with that.
That's the new thing I do. You know, I work as little as I can. So that's been my mantra for like 12 months now.
I'm in retirement also. Not by choice. Not by choice. Not by choice, that's for sure.
I like working, you know. I just want to do less. You know, I wanna.
Yeah.
It's not all about working. It's also about cutting back on your habits and stuff like that. You know, so
right.
When you have a lot of money, you have a lot of habits, and if you cut down on the money, you cut down on the habits. So.
Yeah. I would never have gotten to where I am today without the time spent by myself. You know, I believe everything happens for a reason, and
I do too.
I think that there was all the circumstances that got me trapped in this apartment for the last 2 years. I've really done a lot of work on myself, I think, and I keep trying to work on myself. So I guess it wasn't such a bad thing.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't. I got a big injury back in the day, you know, and I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you if I hadn't had that injury, because that put me in the bed for like 3 months, you know, and
you had time to research and
time to slow down, basically, you know. When you're running around, you have all kinds of things you're doing. You're not looking back. You know, you're not looking at facts. You're not looking at your life. You're not looking at your memories. You know, all that comes when you sit down and time stops for a minute. You know, so
I had to. Most of my life, I've had to pay child support. So that for 3 kids. So that means I had to work extra hard to support my family I had at that time. So my physical condition, I got in a car accident and I got bad back problem, then got hooked on pills, and then after that it pretty much put me in this position to where I'm diabetic and not being able to work. It sucks, but it got me to where I've been able to just work on myself and especially get to know Jesus Christ. And I say now, I used to say I found Jesus Christ, but in reality, it was Jesus Christ that found me. Because I know when I was having the problems and almost dying and everything, I wasn't looking for Jesus. You know, I was popping pills and, my back was feeling awesome and I was running around doing, and I did a lot more damage to myself. And then it took me a long time to get off the damn pills.
Yeah, I've seen that happen too. You know, I never had that problem. You know, knock on wood, I think you call it. You know, I hope I never get there to a point where I have to rely on the system like that. You know, that's actually one of my only fears in this world. That I will be so helpless that I have to rely on something like that. You know,
they will get you in the end. In the end, they will get you.
I know, but
no matter what happens,
until the end if I can. You know, so That's just the way I am. Even though I know I'm probably gonna lose, you know, I'll still be fighting until I can't fight no more. That's just my nature, you know. So
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I mean, my father was like that too. He couldn't stand hospitals or doctors, and he knew what they were about, right? Even before I was hip to it.
Yeah.
I
And
haven't been to
in
the
the
doctor
end,
for 26 years.
you know, he died in a hospital bed, and I was like, yeah, they got you in the end, pops, you know. But he always managed to stay away from it, you know.
I've been telling myself it. Honest. I can't really know until I'm in that position. I understand that, but if I was feeling like I was having a heart attack, I would not go in. I wouldn't
No,
call.
but if somebody finds you, you know, if somebody finds you on the floor and they're able to save you, you're gonna wake up in a hospital bed, and you know,
Yeah,
you're not gonna wake
that's
up and
true.
then tear everything from out of
That's
your
true. I'll
arms
wake up in a hospital bed
and
just for them to
walk
finish
out.
me off.
No, it's not. It's not like you're gonna pull everything out of your arm and walk out of that hospital. It's not a movie, you know. That's not what happens.
Right.
Like,
Yeah,
you
right.
might. I mean, that might also happen, but you know, it's not a very likely scenario. So.
No, but I probably could put the nurse in a chokehold every time she tries to drop something in my arm. You know, I just, you know, I get her in a
That is a more
chokehold and I
likely
say,
scenario.
"You
Yeah.
better tell me what that is for real."
Right. Yeah, I agree, Mad Pieman. I would definitely move off grid too. I would do that if I had a place to go. I would definitely move off grid.
Yeah,
You
He
know,
went to yeah.
it's just making a community. You know, we can make it work.
right.
You know,
Doing and
yeah.
I could pitch in and do whatever I needed to do. And you know, I got a lot of skills.
We all do. You know, and we put them together. You know, it could work. We could pick out a little place in Alaska or
Yeah.
somewhere. You know, and
Patrick, I
we
would
can
have
make it work.
believed you if you wouldn't have done that evil laugh after it. You know, I've got a lot of skills.
No,
that.
I was just thinking of all the shit that I possibly could do. I know how to hunt. I know how to cut trees down. You know, I know how to paint. I know how to build things. And you may not get it done in one day because I'll be fucking slow at it, but it'll get done. 10 years later, you finally get your little hut.
Yeah. But that would be the ideal place to go, you know, make our little Amish society somewhere, you know.
Yeah. I always looked up to the Amish. Every time I seen the Amish when I was younger, I was like, I really wish I lived like them.
I was like my whole life until like 7 years ago. Now I get it.
No, even when I was a kid, I looked up. I thought they were, you know, I know that if I was in the Amish community back when I was in my early 20s, I would have been, woo, there's a lot of good looking women here. I would have been, boop, 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 boop. I'd have 10 wives or so. I know that they don't collect wives, but
yeah,
like,
but on the other hand, you're thinking when you're not that smart, you know, back in the days, you know, you're thinking, oh, so if I get a flu, I might die. Yeah, well, fast forward 20 years and now you might die getting the flu anyway. So.
Hey, when the C19er came out, I actually went to talk to some Amish about buying some eggs and stuff, and I actually was talking to them about the C19er, whether they believed in it, and they were just shaking their heads like, no, we don't watch TV. That's basically what he said.
No, but they know what it was, though, didn't they?
Right. Yeah, no, they were smart. They were smart.
Yeah. But see, even those people in the middle, out of nowhere, not watching TV, still know what it was. You know, they're still getting
Right.
implemented somehow. You know, in all
Yeah,
different
yeah, right. Yeah, you're right.
So you can't hide from it. That's a fact. It's just everywhere.
Mad Pieman says a house lot is 40,000. Holy freaking nay! I would
Where?
never be able to buy
In
that.
Australia?
I'm not sure where it's at. I can rent a spot for $100 a week. Build anything you want, no regulations. Oh, it's $100 a week where this he's going. I wonder, do they have like some sort of city next where you can go to work? Or I suppose if you're gonna go to work, you would be on the grid. You totally have to be totally off the grid.
Yeah, that's the point, right?
Right, the island.
There's no way you can totally get off the grid.
Yeah, you can.
Of course you can. You have to be with a
not around here because the federal government owns all the land. You can't even go camping without a permit.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, you don't need a place to work. You know, you don't need the city. You really.
Oh yeah, right. If you could build a community,
I call it, be self-reliant.
grow your own food and everything. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and make your own choice, and you know, it's further than just food and necessities. You know, even the things you need for your house, you can build those. If you know, these days you can just open up YouTube and you can say how to build this shit. And
yeah, you're right.
You know? Yeah. So
that's how I changed the alternator on my truck one time doing that.
Yeah, you can do that. You know, if you don't have the skills, you can actually go to YouTube and say, I don't know how to do this. Help me. And it will come and it will show you step by step.
I was so proud of myself. I'm like, I changed the alternator all by myself.
Yeah, but it's like building Lego by a drawing, you know. It's not the same thing. You know?
Yeah. Nowadays, all the it's so computerized. It's like you can't do anything on your own, basically, because the computer, you know, is all fucked up.
Yeah, you can go around that, but then your insurance goes out the window, you know, and then the fears creeps in, and you know, it's all about the fears in the end, because these cars with all these special tools and stuff, they can be altered, you know. The problem is the moment you alter it, you're standing for everything yourself. You know, you don't have insurance, you don't have all these things, but if you're cool with that, you know, it's not a problem.
Yeah, I saw this documentary. I think it was on Vice about these 3 or 4 people that live deep inside of the woods somewhere in Russia. I think it's called Agata. Yeah.
Oh, nice! I love that. You know what Agata is? This is the underworld.
No, that's Agartha. Yeah.
Agatha. Yeah.
Yeah, and but this is a story about this woman that lives out there in the woods with, I think, 3 men, and they're all as old as dirt, but they've been living there forever, you know, just surviving with the 3 of them. Somehow they do, you know, somehow they do survive there, and once every 10 years or so they go to the city. Once every 5 years, you know, they take a.
Just to see how fucked up the world has become.
Weird, dude. So weird, right? You know, they go to the city to buy their new dentures, because of course they all lost their teeth, you know, and to sell some bear skins and some like really really basic. Yeah. So yeah, it is possible, but it's a tough life, dude. It's a very tough life.
Yeah, but I lived that tough life. I've traveled, you know, when I travel around the world, I travel without no money. I just went from day to day, you know. and it's very hard. It's tough. It's a day job just to get food and find a place to stay and all that. You know, it's a full-time job. But you know what? You're free. You're 100% free, and it's worth it. You know, I felt that, and it's worth it. I miss it still to this day. I miss that freedom I had back then.
That sounds like a place I wouldn't mind going. It says there's no police, no government, no council, no car registration. Most cars have no exhaust because they get ripped off from the.
You want to go there to the place where the cars
I
have?
I have a question. Most,
nice and quiet.
Do they have TV?
Do they have TV? Yeah, they got satellite. They still got phones and satellite and
But that's the problem. You can pull everything aside, but if the media is still ordering the people will still be fucked, and it's still a fucked up place to be. You know?
Yeah.
Because these days, you don't have your neighbor is not by being in. There's nobody forcing your neighbor to do all the dumb shit they've been doing for the last couple of years.
Right.
It's not the police knocking on the door. Hey, remember to put your shit on.
Yeah. Right.
So they do that. That is only the power of the media that make them do that, and the peer pressure and all that. It's not the government. They say
Cammy says it's why I passed, and it's in Canada, Toronto alley, so when not snowing, you could be hit with that. She was talking about buying a house, getting a good deal on a house for only like 10,000, 5-bedroom house, picket fence and fire pit and all that for 10,000. Yeah, that sounds like a little bit too good to be true.
Between the government and a tornado, I take the tornado all day.
Yeah.
I can fight that shit. I can't fight the government.
Yeah, right. Only 102 people live there. Where is this? Where are you talking? Where is this, Mad Pieman? Some island somewhere, I suppose. But how do they get? How does someone get an island? Do they actually buy the island, or how does that work?
Oh, you can buy an island. Yeah, there's lots of islands for sale.
Can you? You can buy an island. Who do you buy the island from? Who owns the island?
Well, the island company, of course. We all know that. That's where you buy the island.
Well, I mean, Epstein bought an island. So
Right.
how the hell did he do it? Who did he buy it from?
Like I told you.
The island people. Fantasy Island. That's where he bought it from. Fantasy Island.
They don't buy shit. They are awarded shit. If they do something really, really bad, they get a prize. So
yeah, right. Yeah. You're gonna be our chauffeur. You're going to pick all the celebrities up and bring them over here to and we're gonna call this island after you.
You know what? Couldn't that be?
He was a slave in his. He was a. Huh?
The perfect world, where we all living by ourselves, making our judgment and living the hard and the beautiful life. And we bring in the celebrities and put them on a chain and make them do their little dance.
Yeah, right, right.
Yeah.
He was a slave and didn't even know it. Lifesaver gummies? Is that what that is?
Yeah, they're adult gummies.
Oh, adult gummies. Oh, okay.
Not for children.
I need to get some of them.
I got them delivered to my house.
From where?
The same place that I get this delivered to my house.
I don't think it's legal for me to get it delivered if it in my state it's not legal.
You know what? Actually, I don't know how it's over there, but in Denmark, it's not illegal to receive it at your door. It's illegal for the guy to bring it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So they can basically, they can fine you for ordering it. They can give you a fine, but they can't put you to jail. They can only put the guy who brings it to jail.
Oh, okay. So if somebody was sending it to me and I'm not,
because we have a law in
okay.
Denmark that says you can basically be ignorant of what you're ordering. You know.
What if it's another country that's sending me like some edibles?
Yeah, but there still has to be a guy in your country that brings it to you.
Oh, okay.
You know, because you can be, I don't know how it's over there, but in this country, you can be ignorant of what you're buying on the internet. You know.
Oh,
So
yeah, gotcha.
if you
Okay.
don't know what you're buying, you don't know you're making you're doing wrong. You know. So
Right.
I thought I was buying catnip.
So somebody brings you some illegal shit, it's not your fault.
Yeah,
It's the
right.
guy's fault that brings it,
Yeah.
That's
Miriam, welcome. Chloe, welcome. Raven, hold on a second.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Sure.
I'll be here. I gotta run in and get something.
And keep in mind, I think they've gone too far because they're allowing like heroin or something to now be bought legally.
Yeah, well,
Heroin.
Really?
Yeah, they're trying to decriminalize all the harsh drugs so they can get the crackheads some help, pretty much. But instead of actually giving them help, they're just making it easy for them to get drugs. I don't know how much help that is actually giving.
That's an old saying,
This is well, this way we can regulate it and make sure it's clean and not cut with the dangerous chemicals and blah 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 blah. That's there.
When I was like 14 years old, when I started smoking weed, the dealer that I went to, you know what he said to me? It's free until you get addicted.
Uh-huh.
He basically just said that straight to my face,
Yeah.
Wow.
Once in a while and you smoke that shit, it's all cool. You don't have to pay. But the moment you come ask me for it, you have to pay, So they've been doing that with everything, every poison you have out there is basically put in you for almost no money, and the moment
it's a win-win for them because they're using our tax dollars to fund it.
Yeah. Look at all the shit that the price went up. We had laws just a couple of years ago for sugar and fat and all that. They were starting regulating that and putting extra tax on it. Yeah, because they basically sugar and fat were free until you're addicted. Now you're addicted. So now
wow. That's crazy.
They have laws for fat and sugar,
Yeah,
You have those in Holland too?
No, but I can see that happening here too. I mean, Scandinavia is just a little bit more crazy in that way than the Dutch are.
Yeah.
But we are just as crazy, But like also in the way we punish people, criminals, like very light, and the way the police might be a bit tougher now, but I think the police in Scandinavia is also like very polite, right? Not very violent. Well, only in the last few years, maybe.
No, they haven't. No. Yeah. Sometimes they make a scene, but it's only a spectacle, But basically, 99% of the time, they're not doing anything.
Yeah. And so, I think Scandinavia is very, very much like like the Netherlands in many ways, but yeah, I think it's even more lefty in Scandinavia, right?
Up here, they just have to show us the stick, and we follow suit.
Yeah.
They don't have to use it.
Yeah. But
yeah,
and also this thing that is torturing Scandinavia is, of course, the immigration. The endless immigration that never seems to stop. It's really destroying Stockholm, right? Really been destroyed.
Especially Sweden. It's hard hit, yeah.
Right? It's crazy. There's no more white people living in the city, guys. No more white people living in Stockholm.
Have you been to Stockholm?
No, but that's what I've heard.
Yeah, but that's true. Almost, but they're still isolated. So you still have Stockholm, the old town. It's still white, but then you have all the suburbans around. It's just
yeah.
So kind of like Paris. Paris is built that way too. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that seems to be the thing. It seems to be you have the core with all the banks and everything in it, and you have their workforce. But then you have to have all the maintenance people around it, and they're living very poorly, and especially Stockholm it's a bad place these days. It really is. People can't imagine when they go to Stockholm and wander out the city limits and what they see, they can't even perceive that it's a Scandinavian country there.
Right. Yeah.
Bad.
So it's very much. So it is actually very much like France in many ways.
It's all the big French city is built up like that. Lyon and Paris, and Bordeaux and Nice. Nice was especially worse. I was at Nice like 10 years ago. That was really bad. You had the neighborhoods you could run into in Nice. You thought you were in a third world country. Really, it was that bad. So yeah, and it seems to have been spreading to Scandinavia and everywhere. So
yeah,
it's the disease.
Yeah, and they're also attacking the Irish now, right? They're having this. There's this.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah.
There's this influx of immigrants that's really attacking Ireland now. It's like 2,000 per day or so. It's like that's a lot. That's a lot.
That's a lot for a small country.
Yeah.
So
hey,
we have.
Chloe, hey, Chloe, what was it like to hang out with a celebrity? Were they always needy? Go ahead, Brian. Sorry.
Yeah, you just asked her a question, so she can reply.
Yeah, she's in chat, so it'll take a minute.
But yeah, we have grown back in the day. Let's say 15 years ago, where everything on the immigrant front was not kind of normal. We had like 300,000 immigrants in this country. These days, we just surpassed 1 million.
Wow! Holy crap!
Yeah. So we it's like 300% in the last 15 years that we have had an increase. And we are actually only 6.5 million in this country. So you see 1 million is like. That's a lot, That's insane numbers. But yeah, it's even worse in Sweden. The reason you don't hear about Denmark is because we get all the good immigrants, and Sweden get the bad ones. So, yeah. We have tougher rules, so. You have to surpass. You have to have some kind of what do you call it? Skill to come in Denmark. You can't just come here without.
Sounds like Canada.
Skills.
Canada does immigration.
Yeah, and we have tough immigration
Although
rules here.
Justin just recently flooded with all the war people in, which was very against our policies for the most part. But yeah, if you're just trying to move in and immigrate here, that you have to have a skill that Canada's looking for and pass all these things, and then they quiz you on your English skills, and then they want you to actually be able to function and not rely on like our healthcare, our Medicaid, our social services and whatnot. Like you don't qualify for those for like the first 5 years you're here.
Yeah, we have made it a step further. We have an integration test that they have to pass. They have to integrate to the country. So when they come here, they get like a 8 pages test where they have to answer for what's the Queen's name and all that. How the political system works. They have
they have
to understand and know how the country works in order to get in.
And they have to learn about the Queen and about Canada's stuff because we're connected to both.
Yeah.
So they get to learn a whole heck of a lot.
Same, yeah.
Chloe answered the question.
No French.
Chloe answered the question I asked. She said no, they were a freaking jerk, expecting everyone to like and do everything for them at a drop of a whim, but claimed they were not like other celebrities and don't like their attitudes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
I
sounds like a
expected.
celebrity, yeah. So yeah, I had a run-in with a celebrity like a month ago, in a baker in Copenhagen. And he was going into the baker as I was coming out. And this guy, he was just standing in front of me. And you could clearly see that he was expecting me to move, And I recognized him. He's a singer, and I recognized him right away. But I didn't move. And because I didn't move, he had to step aside because he was a small man, So he stepped aside and he just rolled his eyes and did like this. Because I didn't want to move, I was the one opening the door. I was the one on my way out,
Yeah.
But he still expected me to move away from the door, So
that's against customs, right? The custom is just to let somebody out first before you go in.
Yeah. It was just so ridiculous, and I just smiled and went on my way. But he's like a famous singer in Denmark, and it's just. I know it sounds bad, but shit like that really makes me feel good.
Yeah.
So, and I hope he learns something, if I just move to the side, he's never going to learn, somebody has to stand there in the door and take the shit, otherwise these people will never learn.
No, I probably didn't learn. He's probably still
probably not, but I tried. Yeah.
So what's up with Canada, Cammy? I mean, they even make I don't know what to cook for dinner tonight. Can I kill myself? Oh yes, of course. We can help you kill yourself.
Apparently it's hard to get through all the doctor's appointments, though. My roommate had an interest in looking into it, and he gave up when he found out how many times he'd have to go deal with doctors. He doesn't like doctors. His aversion to doctors is keeping him alive. But yeah, they're offering it left, right, and center like candy, which is stupid with us because we have a prime minister who's a moron. I'm sure you'll get in trouble if I talk too much about him because he's very...
we don't want 2 hours. We don't want 2 hours of the stream to be having to be thrown away.
Yeah. So I won't go into detail, but he's a snowflake and doesn't like to be talked about.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. We I think pretty
Yeah.
much all know who you're talking about.
He makes some really bad decisions, but it looks like everything's turning on him. If you watch any of the boring political channels, I just get snippets of other people who watch it.
I don't
Apparently it's
actually watch any
entertaining.
TV. You know, the only time I ever get the news is if somebody sends me a clip of something, or I come across it on YouTube.
Well, that's where I'm getting it
Or
from, is I'm letting other people do it, and I watch YouTube videos when somebody says, "Oh, look, they finally did something interesting."
yeah, or Twitter. There's a lot of places to get news from. You know, it's like you really don't even have to watch.
You
I
don't
get
have
enough news from the radio at work.
I used to be one of them that had to be right at the TV at supper time to watch the news, because that's when the news came on. It was right around supper time, and I was one of them ones that had to be glued to that fucking TV to watch the news. What's happening? You know.
Mid-20s, I think, was the last time I remember having to do that.
Yeah. 20 years ago, I realized that I don't have to watch the news to get the news. You know, you can basically go out every day when you're going to work or going somewhere else where people talk, and you can get the same news that they saw yesterday with an opinion attached to it. And that's much more valuable than news. You know, if you just see in the news, it's based on a platform that's provide news to everybody. So it's pretty neutral, it's pretty raw, you know. But if you can get the same news story that they saw yesterday from a person, let's say for 10 or 20 persons, you get the same news story with an opinion on it. So now you don't only have the news, now you have the same news story with 20 opinions attached to it, you know, and you can make, it's much easier to make a decision about what you're hearing than if you're actually watching the news and have a perceived conception of what
I know what news you're watching, but every piece of news I have already has a twist on it and an opinion, and you can watch two different news channels and get two completely different sides of the story, because this guy's on this side and this guy's on this side. And it depends on which ones are feeding the commercials and paying for the commercials. Like, certain news agencies will not talk bad about, say, drug companies, because maybe they're receiving a whole bunch of money from them, so they're not going to cover that story so heavily. But then somebody who's not receiving any money from them would probably cover that story.
Yeah,
so I bounce around a lot when I do want to find something out and don't just focus on any one. And I find most of the most relevant news stories come, if you want to find out about your country, go to somebody else's news and watch what they say about your country on that topic. Because they'll tell you the truth. They got no bone in the game.
I find out the majority of the videos that are going viral, they want you to see.
Yeah, I don't tend to look for the viral videos that have lots of views. I look for the videos that have topics that are interesting to me, or that have very low views, because that's something they're usually suppressing. Especially if it's been out for like a month and it's only got like 13 views.
And I wasn't saying that
and an
you
interesting topic.
specifically were looking, you know, I wasn't saying you specifically. I was just saying
I cringe every time I have a topic where I have to watch a little clip it and it's from a real news agency, the sort of dealie. I'm just like, I don't even want to click this one, but I want to hear what they have to say too. So I click that too. But I hate giving them a view even.
But, you know, I think it's much better to get, you know, get a little bubble around you. You have 20 people that you know in real life that you can relate to, and you have some kind of trust. You don't have to have completely trust in them, but you
20, that's a lot of people.
They are thinkers and they're decent people, you know.
I don't think in my entire life I could count the people in my life and come up with the number 20.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm almost 50 and I still can't get to 20.
Well, I think I can definitely get to like 10 to 15 with my YouTube.
Well, I was going to say, you got a channel, so you got a large grouping to pick from. I've connected with quite a few, and I'm not saying that I don't trust everybody in the chat. I'm just saying I don't have a connection
Right.
where I
Yeah,
run out
right.
and want to update you guys on
Not
every
like the
moment of my life.
connection not like the connection you and I have, right, babe? I mean, Cammy.
Well, you can't say we don't have one.
Yes, I love you, Cam. Cam.
I do what I can when I can.
See the
Yeah.
Casanova
For all
in
those I
Patrick
can.
is
And I want to do more for more people, but they won't let me win the lottery.
I know. I always said if I won the lottery, a lot of people would get rich.
Oh, well, here's the thing. I'm not trying to make everybody rich. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and lift everybody up. And so I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to deal with that, because like handing everybody a bunch of money isn't really going to help anybody.
You know what I would do if I
Right.
won the lottery?
But giving them a purpose would.
I'll buy one of those islands.
And then friendship and talking.
There
Well,
you
that
go. There you
still
go.
could work into the plan, though, because I'm going like, what do you do for that? And to do that, you have to make sure that you give some people not only a place where they can live, but kind of work and do things so they feel useful, because there isn't a person on the planet who is happy, who is feeling useless. So everybody's got to feel useful at something. So you got to have land, you got to be able to
Yeah.
give people things to
Mad
do.
Pyman said that I want to live free without money. That would be nice to not have to use money. I agree.
That would be nice, but everybody has to pay taxes at the end of the year to own the land that they're on. Otherwise,
You only
you're
have to
gonna
pay taxes if you have money.
unless you have the real money, and most of us don't even hear about the people with real money. Like, I routinely have to remind people that the rich people we hear about, the Bill Gates, the Jeff Bezos, all these rich people, Elon Musk, are not the rich people. There are people on this planet that have so much money they could buy all those people and they control all those people because they have so much more. But they also have something along the lines to old school class manners, so they don't talk about their wealth. It's not something that
Those people
is
don't even
shared.
think in terms of money. You know,
They
don't.
don't, but
Money is
those,
about-
and you see them once in a while, but you'll understand when you realize that they own like the low end rich people are like, I have 12 of this kind of car. I'm like, they have hundreds, if not thousands, or own entire dealerships full of them. And that's just like one of 97 different kinds of those things that they have. And that's the one collection. They have like 900 collections. And like, this is my
I hope I'm
animal
not
collection. This is my
butchering.
castle collection. And I'm just like,
You know, they don't think like that. You know, it would be like two slave watchers, slave masters sitting around discussing who's.
we're worried about all the wrong people, is what I'm trying to say. Is like, everybody thinks that our rich people are the ones in control. And I go, well, a little bit over here, kind of, but only because they're doing what somebody else above them says.
I don't
They're
want to
not the
butcher
head.
your name, but I think it's Miriam Yeshua. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping in. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
And I think it was darn near the end of it, but I was just pointing out that we got to remember that we keep thinking it's people that we're fighting. It's not. It's powers and principalities and ideas and evil in general. And that's more of a.
Yeah. You have to look at money as the whip.
We have to stop looking at people as the enemy.
Yeah.
It's the system is the enemy. The people are all a victim to it. Every single last one of them.
Yeah.
And not everybody's making great choices. I'm not saying forgive them all and just let them do whatever, but you have to stop throwing anger and hatred at people because it's being directed at the wrong thing and it's sucking away the energy we need to be able to win the battle that we need to fight.
Like everything else, it depends on the situation. You still have people in this world that are so lulled to sleep, that they will,
I'm not saying they're not.
they have no idea how bad they're doing around them,
Correct. We have
And some,
people doing all the wrong things. I mean, we have people doing the most evil things. That doesn't make them any less your brothers and sisters. It's just
no,
they're right now being the evil brother or sister.
I agree, but you still have to,
And I'm a believer in tough
doing,
love. Don't get me wrong. I'm all about tough love. I'm the first person to correct something when somebody does wrong. I'm not going to just try and whitewash it for them and make it go away. Absolutely not. But we need to do it with love and not anger. We don't have to love anything about what they're doing. We have to love the pure innocent child they were born before they got twisted.
Yeah, and that's how I view them basically now these days. I view them as children. I see them as ignorant, and if you do that, if a child come and said to you, you were an asshole, you will say, yeah, you're allowed to think like that. It's okay because you're a child. You don't know any better. And if we did that with the people around us, the world would be so much easier. Not for them, but for us.
Well, what it is as much as we don't see it, we could be that to them. And it might be that our being good is what's making us be an asshole to them, because they're so not that it's forcing them to face something they don't want to. And then so for that, you're an asshole. But in reality, you're not. You were perfectly fine. But for them, because it's making them face something they didn't want to, that's now inconvenience for them. So that's sort of how I just take a deep breath. I mean, geez, I got held up at knife point and
what is going on?
Nobody in the store even realized it was happening because I didn't do any of the reactive things you're supposed to. And in fact, I tried talking him out of it. Then I gave him a big long lecture on why he was a moron for doing it and how he was just hurting himself in the long run the entire time. And he's got a knife and everybody's like, seriously, are you like you got balls of steel or something? I go, no, I just didn't feel threatened.
No,
He wasn't threatening me, so I wasn't going to threaten him, but I sure wasn't letting him off just going, here, have money. So I threw every guilt and manipulation I could throw at him. That was fact, because I didn't want it to not be a true statement. But I wanted to make sure that later on he could sit and think about it and maybe learn something.
Yeah.
So I explained how robbing the store that is feeding all the poor people in town, the only store trying to fight inflation, and you're robbing it of what little money it has, knowing that it had a hard time all through this event. Like, are you trying to close the store so you can't eat anymore? Like, hello? But I did. I threw everything at him, explained it in great detail so he would have as much guilt as he could while he robbed the whatever. I think the top end he might have got away with $400. Like, there wasn't a whole lot he was taking. But that was probably all the profit the store made that day. That was the part that I was trying to explain to him, is you're taking what little money the store would have made today, and you're taking it for your own selfish personal gain. Just so you know, the store could close and then you have no place for food. Knowing very well they've been kicked out of every other store that sells them food. And I'm like, come on, like, why? Why would you do that? Like, if you have a couple of brain cells sparking in there, please hear me out. And I offered him help first when he first pulled the knife and wanted the money. I said, are you serious? Like, we don't have much money. Are you just in need of help? Because if it's help you need, I can help you. And he wouldn't take the help. No. But I tried talking him out of it first.
Of course.
Even with the knife. Everybody's like, you did? And I go, well, yeah. Said for twofold. One, I actually want to help the guy. If he just needed some fucking help, I was going to help him. But second of all, now in court, he can't use the excuse of, well, I was just in a crisis and I didn't know what to do because I offered you help. You could have taken it.
Yeah. Yeah. sadly, that will always be there.
Yes. And yes.
You know,
And I deal with most of them a lot of the time. And believe it or not, about 85-90% of them, I could probably talk out of it.
Yeah.
The ones that are so hooped up on this new whatever it is that's got the trank mixed in it. I'm telling you right now, do not go anywhere near it. It's so horrible. My heart breaks. I watch them die all the time. We had 2 die behind our store a couple of weeks ago. Sweet older gentleman with a walker, like it's hitting every spectrum of life imaginable.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, I think we're all feeling the pinch around us.
Yeah.
My heart is aching for all these people because instead of helping, and we could be helping them, we could be getting them into rehab, which I know nobody's going to take voluntarily, so it's going to have to be a forced rehab, which sucks. But they want assistance. They're all on assistance. The government knows that they're spending this money on stuff. And so how does the government help? Well, you're not good with money, so instead of giving you a lump sum, we're going to give you money every week. Well, all that's done is made sure that every week they can buy drugs, so now they're addicted.
Mm-hmm.
But that's
That's not helping.
They want to victimize everybody.
And I'm like, you could put them in a drug rehab facility and then say you can have these services to get out until you can get a job once you're out of rehab. And then make it like a 2-year rehab so that they're clean for sure. They get some counseling and they can get maybe a little job training so that they're prepared to get jobs.
There's a guy around me that has a broken or a fractured hip. He's got a fractured hip. And he they won't give him the help that he needs. And so he's buying probably heroin and shooting it up, and I'm just like, I mean, I haven't seen him do it, but I feel for him because I know that's what he's doing, and I've seen him, messed up and stuff, and I'm like, I look at him and I feel like I'm just like, he's not going to be on this earth very much longer.
No,
and
probably
it
not
breaks.
doing that.
I can't tell him anything, he won't listen. So there's
That
nothing.
there is the reason why I won't move to America. Because here, the moment he broke it, it would have been fixed. And he would have not received a bill for it. I'm going to have to get going, though, Pat, because I think I'm down to about 5% because my phone just dimmed and freaked out on me. So,
yeah, I just had to put mine in myself.
And
I'm
still outside, so I can't plug it in.
Thank you for coming, though. I appreciate you coming on, Cammy.
Oh, no problem. I just wanted to say hi. Hadn't been on in a while. And
yeah,
I got told it was your birthday, and I'm going, well, I can't miss that.
Well, it's not my birthday yet. It's not until the 14th, but I do thank you for the early birthday gift. I appreciated it.
Well, I figured it might help make things a lot less stressful.
It's only his first birthday this year, so I'm sure you will
my
catch the others.
third.
It's okay.
Get
He's
it
allowed
right.
to get older faster. It's us girls that don't want to get old.
Yeah, I started the year being 50 years old. I'm now 53. So by April I'll be 54 and in May 55.
You'll be level 100 in no time.
Yeah. Thanks, Cammy.
Have a good night.
Yep, have a good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
The government don't care. They want to keep them down. Yeah, exactly.
And by the way, out of the blue, we had a blizzard yesterday.
Oh, really?
Oh, shit.
Wow. I'm going to live in a van until they all... Remember that skit from Saturday Night Live? He's doing a presentation, trying to get the kids off drugs. if you stay on drugs, you're gonna end up living in a van down by the river. Yeah, that looks like a nice area. I love it. Looks like, does that your house have a lot of wood in it, don't it?
No, I'm refurnishing. I'm trying to make something else in here, so there's a lot of tables and stuff in here right now. So
Oh yeah, no, I meant like wood on the like door frame.
outside? No, it's basically bricks. Everything
Is
is
it?
brick. Yeah.
Oh wow. It looks pretty cool. Oh, that looks cool. You got some big windows.
Yeah. But I got some dumbass people to look at, so it doesn't really matter. I'll change this view for a couple of trees any day. So, oh, it's a nice area. I can't complain. It's a good place, you know. I don't want to make it any worse than it is, but you know, but that's my point. You know, the perfect areas are actually the ones where I feel less at home these days. Because if you have places like this, you will have a lot of people buying into the system and what's right, the political, what do you call it, correctness. You know.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I'll trade this for you know what? Just a couple of months ago, I was at Jutland, and I was living in a very, very poor part of town over there. And you know what? I talked a shitload to a shitload of people out there because they were more human than the people around me in this place.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that's that for you. You know, it's not about the area. You know, we have to see past the glimmer and the comfortable life and start looking into people instead. That's kind of my mantra these days.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Cam or Chloe. I appreciate that. 54 years old. I'm glad that I quit smoking a long time ago because a lot of my friends and stuff that smoke, I noticed that their face got a lot of wrinkles in it. Their eyes are starting to get them crow eyes and stuff. And I'm like, wow, you know, I mean, that smoking really does damage to you.
Of course it does. It's smoke.
Yeah.
You're inhaling particles every day. It's not good.
I mean, I took on chewing, which isn't the best either, but at least I won't go out with the oxygen, having to carry an oxygen tank everywhere I go.
It can be reversed. You know, I'm in perfect health these days, you know, and I smoked for 15 years. I smoked from when I was like 15 years old until I was 30. You know, I smoked every day. Yeah.
Yeah.
You smoke as well.
My story's kind of the same. I started smoking at around 15, also 14, 15, and I stopped smoking at 25.
Yeah. So I just did 5 more years than you. You know, so
yeah.
What did it for me was the birth of my son. You know, I said to myself when I heard she was pregnant, I said, okay, I'm gonna stop all the bad shit before he's born, right? So I used 9 months to get ready. You know, so it took me like 7 months to drop everything. I dropped smokes, I dropped weed, I dropped drinking, I dropped everything, you know, so
yeah, I smoke weed, but I didn't start smoking weed until I was like 48, 49.
Okay.
I never got into it.
Yeah.
Hey, David. Yeah, I've tried it a few times when I was younger, but I just never could get into it. And then it actually freaked me out every time I tried it, and it didn't matter where I got it from. At different times in my life, I tried it. It did the same thing. It always felt like I had a tumor or something, and it was stuck in my blood
Oh
vein,
yeah,
and it
yeah,
would
yeah. I
go
know.
from my head all the way down to my feet and then start over again. And so when after the Mandela effect happened in 2016, I thought, well, one time I thought I'd try it again because I was having really bad back pain, and it worked. It was like, oh wow, I don't have that feeling anymore. So and then after I started smoking weed for a while, I'm thinking I realized I didn't have the same feeling, that it was the Mandela effect. It had to be the Mandela effect that switched that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the weed has changed too. So it's all about that too. The
Oh
weed
yeah,
is
I
not the same
suppose.
as it was
Yeah.
30 years ago. So
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, that
these
could
days
be
it's
true.
grown under lamps with chemicals and stuff. It wasn't back then. It was homegrown. Everything was just standing outside in the garden. So
Yeah.
so that has changed too. But of course, there's a lot of factors playing in. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So I smoke once a year with a buddy of mine, when probably New Year or on his birthday or something, I still
Mm-hmm.
smoke a joint with that guy, So it's kind of a ritual. So that's all I smoke these days. And nowadays I just go to sleep. The moment I smoke, I have to realize that I will be sleeping within the next 90 minutes. That's so that's how it works on me these days. It makes me totally relaxed and I just fall asleep. So it's good.
Yeah, I usually fall asleep within an hour after the stream, after I have a stream. And sometimes I'll have a morning stream. I haven't done a morning stream in a while, but I think that my next stream will probably be a morning stream.
Yeah. But yeah, so it all depends on what you're doing in life. Everything is here for a reason. Even the weed, even the alcohol, everything is here for a reason.
Right.
So it's only the matter if you're using it right. It's not, there's no evil things out there. It's just the human mentality using it wrong if it's hurting you. So
Mm-hmm.
that's what it's about. Use everything at the right location at the right time. But be ready to dump it when it's no longer that time. That's how I feel. Don't create addictions that you can't shake.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But you know
Yeah,
what? Stop
addictions
smoking
are.
weed and cigarettes is the best thing I ever did, and it's not because I'm in better health and all that shit. You know why it's the best reason?
Uh,
Because overcoming something like that makes you realize that you don't have to do anything that you feel is wrong. Now you have the power to stop. So you can stop
right.
addictions, you can see when they're happening. You have the knowledge, you have the experience, and now you can see when you're starting to get in that loop and you can cut it at the roots before it gets a problem.
Right.
Having that knowledge is very valuable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is voice still around, or did he fall asleep on us? I haven't heard him talking in a while.
No. I'll jump off to Patrick. It was good talking to you, but now the coffee is working and I need to go do something.
Okay. I appreciate you coming on, Brian.
Always, Patrick. If I see you here, I'll pop on. Always.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
You have an awesome day.
Thank you. You too. Or night. So bye to everybody in the chat. I'll see you when I see you.
All
Okay, have
right,
a good
take
one,
care.
Brian.
Yeah, see you, boy.
Take care, bud.
Bye.
Hey, so what's
So
happening to Matt Pyman? What's his? When I read what he says there, like he's living with the enemy, and whew,
I don't know. I didn't catch most of the chat.
family
I
violence law, and whew, squatting. Whew.
I seen that. I seen that about his. Uh, was it his kids? He said he's squatting or something.
No, his wife's kids, yeah.
Oh yeah, his wife's kids. Yeah. Uh,
Oh well, it's not his wife, but his girlfriend. Yeah.
I quit
Phew.
pot in
Sounds
'92. I
pretty
don't miss
drastic.
it. Used to love it. I used to love her, but I had to kill her. Remember that song?
Yeah, I mean, she wouldn't obey, so what can you do?
Yeah. So welcome prelim, Patrick. Patrick Glasso. Welcome, bud.
Barely millennial.
Preliminal.
Millennial.
David Wolfman. How's it going? Mm. So what you gonna do today? You gonna build yourself a nice fire and relax?
Yeah, I'm going to set the neighbor's house on fire today. And and park across the street and just watching it burn. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Watching it all
Yeah.
like Halloween, orange, and chimney red. Watching it burn.
I wish I had a house with a fireplace, but I can always use YouTube, right? YouTube has a fireplace on. It plays like eight hours or so. You can hear the crackling and turn out all the lights, and you can get the fire. You can see the fire. It's kind of cozy during the winter time, but I would rather have the real one, the real fire.
Oh, central heating works too, and so I'm just gonna do with that. But it is quite cold here, but it's not freezing, so I shouldn't complain. Although I like frost rather than cold. I'd rather have it like freezing than 5 degrees. I'd rather have it 5 degrees below zero than
Yeah, then it's really hot. Yeah.
yeah.
For me, I'd rather have it a little chilly than hot too myself. I get really irritated when I'm hot, especially when I'm like really hot and I'm like sweating and stuff. When I was younger and I would sleep at night, our family couldn't afford a fan for every kid to have a fan in the bedroom. So our parents were the only ones that had a fan at night. And I would be throwing my pillows and shit. I'm like getting so angry because I'm so hot and I can't sleep. And I got school in the morning. So most of us kids would crawl down and sneak into our parents' bedroom, and we would all fall asleep right in front of the fan on the floor. I would have everything. I would be just have shorts on. I'd just
Right.
lay right on the
Yeah.
floor in front of the fan. I'm like, oh my god. We used to have them big metal box fans back in the day. They were metal instead of like the plastic that they got now.
Yeah.
I looked for Voy once upon a timeline chat room, but didn't see you. Huh. The EU bastard. I grew up without air conditioning. Yeah, me too. We never had air conditioning. We couldn't afford that shit. Yeah. Yeah, sneaking in the bedroom and sleeping with the fan. Our parents used to get so mad because they'd get up and they'd have kids all over the floor and on their floor, like stepping on us trying to get to the bathroom or something. There was one night where my dad literally kicked us out of his room like 2 different times. He'd kick us out and we'd sneak right back down there. I need air, air. One time I was like 16, just got my driver's license, and my dad was a big drinker. He went to the bars a lot. I mean, a lot. So he was passed out, and you always knew when you could get away with walking around him is when he would start snoring really loud.
Right.
But once the snoring stopped, you had to be really quiet because he could hear you then. So one time I was doing the army crawl in the bedroom. I'm like doing the army crawl. I'm trying to get to his pants pockets where he's got his car keys in. So I do the army crawl, and every time he stopped snoring, I'd stop. And then I wait till him to start snoring. I'd start crawling some more. I got to his keys. I took his car out with a bunch of friends, and we were all drunk. And we
rascal, you.
We went to a diner that was open all night long because we were all hungry. So it was called Mary's Diner, and it was just kids in there at this hour, 3 o'clock in the morning. It's just us kids, and she's serving us all. She knows we're all drunk. She's just like a short little stack. She runs her diner all by herself, and most of the time the dishes you get are dirty, so you gotta like, hey Mary, these dishes. But she wouldn't take no shit. If you were like, really getting belligerent or something, I've seen her take kids by the back of their neck and throw them right out. But so I drove my dad's car there, drove it back, and I never got busted. Never. I told him later on about it, but I never got caught. Lucky.
Nice.
I thought for sure he was going to be standing outside when I pulled that car back in the garage. I thought for sure he was going to be standing there, but he was out of it. Yeah, I don't know if I still snore, but I used to snore really loud too. A lot of people wouldn't even like we would go, like when you're younger, and I was a wrestler and I played hockey. So we traveled a lot to other towns and stuff, and sometimes we would have to stay in a hotel on tournaments and stuff. We'd have to stay in a hotel, and nobody wanted to sleep in my room.
Yeah.
And my own wife, we slept in a hotel room one time, and I woke up and she's in the bathroom in the bathtub with a couple pillows and the door shut and everything. And she's even got the fan going on in there, and she said she could still hear me snoring.
Dude, I'm so offended when I'm in the room and somebody snores. I start calling out their name, until they stop snoring, because that actually works. That shit. And then
really?
they hear me, and yeah, dude, you're snoring, and then they fall asleep again, and then I'll be calling them, hey, 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 yeah, you're snoring again, dude. I'm so fucking offended by that, And you might tell me now, yeah, well, they can help it. Well, they should start thinking about helping it, because I'm being sleep deprived.
Yeah.
I'm getting sleep deprived here because of this guy sleeping now.
Yeah, right. No, I don't
So
blame
bad.
you. I used to hate it when my dad snored because he would keep the whole house awake.
Yeah.
And so I kind of got that same one as I was growing up. But I don't know. I don't think I snore anymore, but I don't know. Uh, but yeah, I hear you, man. I was definitely that way when my dad would snore. It was like I knew when he was totally out. When he started snoring, he was gone. Um, there's lots of times where he fell asleep on the couch. And it's like we couldn't do anything in the living room or anything because he was in there snoring away. But yeah, I hear you. I hated being snoring too, and I think I know that had a lot to do with at the time I was heavy. But then
Yeah.
again, when I was younger, I was pretty built. I was not heavy at all. I was only at 180 pounds when I was younger, 165, somewhere around there. And I still snored really loud, so I don't know.
I don't know.
Keep some of those nose straps. Oh, did you guys see that new system for sleep apnea that they don't need to put a mask on anymore? They have some kind of device. And they're not explaining it all on the commercial I seen for the sleep apnea thing. They have some sort of device. It's a handheld device, but there's got to be something somewhere else in your body, I would think. Because like you don't need a mask, you don't need anything on your face, and this thing supposedly stops you from snoring. It probably kills you in the middle of the night. There, no more snoring.
Yeah. Well, no more snoring. All right. We got rid of that. No more running nose either. No more
Yeah.
diarrhea.
That has been the last 2 years. That's been another thing that's popped up on my nose constantly runs. I could be just sitting there and all of a sudden drip. I'm like, what in the fuck is happening to me? You ever have that? Just a runny nose.
You're slowly turning into a snot.
It feels sometimes it feels like I got a bloody nose, and I'll be like, look at it. Oh, it's clear. I'm good. But yeah,
Patrick Roberts is liquefying. He's liqueficating.
yeah. The whole system's breaking down, so we're breaking down too slowly. We're like, pretty soon you ain't gonna see us.
How much longer do you think it's going to go crazier and crazier every day? How much more crazy do you think normies can? I mean, they're normies. They can't have this much crazy.
Dude, I have seen the Mandela Effect. So anything is possible at this point, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
I didn't think I would ever see what I'm witnessing with the presidents and the governments. It's like you can see them forming into a one world government. You can see it forming.
Yeah.
But yet you can also see it being torn away too. It's like they're not going to make it. They're like trying to rush to get it together, and people aren't even waking up to
who wants
this.
that? Who wants a future with RoboCops and RoboDogs?
Right, exactly.
And only like maglev trains. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Nobody.
Right,
and
right.
and nobody has gender, and nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Somehow they
I feel
think that
bad for that kid in Canada that got arrested, that high schooler. Did you hear about that?
no.
Some high schooler was standing up against the gender
Oh,
males
that
going
part.
into
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
He got arrested.
yeah,
When the hell did they start arresting kids under 18, putting
yeah, dude.
handcuffs on them and shit?
Yeah,
I've been seeing a lot of that lately too.
yeah.
Cops arresting teenagers.
Yeah, don't get me started about cops, dude.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
the lowest of the lowest people. People without morale. It's like they are these people are selected for lacking morale, and so those are the people that will keep the order in place, right? People without any morale. It's just
Yeah.
like that cannot work for very long, you know. Without any morale, without any training, you know. Oh, guys, this is going
There is
south so quick.
so many corrupted people in that system. When you go from the police to probation officers to judges to attorneys, they all think they're their own god. They all in their way, in their own little way, because they have all of them hold power here over you.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
if you get put on probation, that person's like God. That's like your parent now telling you what to do and shit, and you have to do it, or you go back to the slammer. It's like, and then judges, they tell you they got their power.
well,
You
I've been
know,
telling them something else lately. Like you, I've been telling them like what I actually think of them, and they don't like that. And
right? Oh, I bet
I
not.
told them like, well, it doesn't really matter what you like or don't like, because I don't like this whole situation either. And I think you're all just a bunch of fuck ups that are in the wrong position. You're actually behaving totally dysfunctional. You're not in power. You should obey by the rules, and you don't. You only you abide by your privileges that shouldn't even be given to these people. But
Right.
it's what the world has become to be. So we're just gonna have to deal with that.
Mhm.
But okay, like I said, don't get me started because it's
Yeah,
not a
no,
good job.
I don't blame you. I think a lot of us have that problem. Well, I had even high school. Thank God we didn't have cops that roamed the halls back when I was in high school, because I didn't like high school as it was. I probably would have been in cuffs quite a few times. I got into a lot of fights. I told a lot of teachers off, because I didn't want to I didn't want to do it. So I think that has to do a lot with me being awake too,
Yeah.
not falling into the and programming when I didn't even know at the time that it was a program. But I always felt something was not right with it. It just seemed kind of robotish. Do this every time the bell rang. You had to be in your seat, ready to go. It was like you could tell it was some sort of programming.
Mhm.
Same with jobs. Like we were told when we were younger to get a mill job would be a really good job to get when you get out of high school. It's a job that you could keep all your life, and you'd have a good pension and everything like that. Besides joining the service and all that other shit. But when you join a mill job, which I got a really good mill job, but that was like you had to be the buzzer go off. You had to be at your workstation. Then when the buzzer goes off, you get a 10-minute break, and then when the buzzer goes off, you got to be at your workstation. But I'm like, man, this is like fuck this shit.
Yeah.
Every day was the same shit day after day, you know, same thing. I was like, I can't do this for, 25, 30 years. No way.
Whew, Matt Pyman is in some situation there, dude.
Mad Pyman, if you don't mind me asking, what are you going to court for? Oh, I have to see the magistrate soon, and the order will be canceled. What do you have a restraint? Do you have a restraining order against you? To
No, he's
finalize a
gonna get.
family violence order put on me. Yeah, that's what I thought. By liars, including the police. So he's got a restraining order on him. What?
Something.
Yeah. Do you want to come on, Mad Pyman? It seems like you need to talk. You can most certainly come on here and talk, man. I can put the link out if you want.
Good morning, snowman. Good morning.
I removed the refrigerator and washing machine. Yes, restraining order. Yeah. So is it a temporary restraining order? Like you got to go to court to fight it? Is that what you're saying? You gotta. That isn't that weird? How you always have to show you're innocent. They're supposed to prove you guilty.
Oh, dude,
And
that's another time. People just, if there's one person pointing at you and that's a woman, and you're a man, there's a case. That's basically it.
Yeah, right. I hear you. I've been in that. Yeah, to court.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
Right?
I've been in that
You're
situation
experienced in
myself.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just how it is. So that's just how it works.
My ex-wife, when she moved to, she is from Florida. She moved to Wisconsin to be closer to me. We had a little baby together, and we were gonna get married and everything. And I broke off the relationship, but I went to stay at my brother's house, and while I was there, she called the police and made this whole fucking thing up that I punched her, that
Yeah.
I was mean to the kids and stuff. And the police knew she was lying as she was writing. She had to write a statement out. And the police read the statement, and when they came and served me and said, you can't be near her until you go to court, which would be on Monday. They served me on like Friday. And so the court wasn't until Monday. And so I couldn't go near my kid until Monday. I couldn't go near her. So so the police even said, we know she's lying. She was
but still we have to do it.
Yes. Yep. Yep.
I mean, isn't that a fucking joke? We know she's lying, but still we have to do it. Well, that makes you suck at your job.
And I showed up for court on Monday, and they dropped it, which was good. I went back home to where my daughter and where she lived, and she had a daughter of her own, so it's a couple of years older, So, anyways, I go home, she's gone. She sold everything in the house, and she got on a Greyhound bus with my daughter, and she went back to Florida, and she went to stay with her mom. And I was so mad because there's nothing I could do. Even though we were married, there was nothing I could do.
Crazy
so
story.
I thought that was really, really messed up. She used that, so she didn't get no charges on her for lying. No charges at all.
No.
So I'm like, my life with the system has not been a good one. I seem to fall into the stupidest fucking shit all the time. I mean, the last 30 years, thank God I haven't had to deal with any of that crap. But all the way up to about 25, I had my fair share dealing with a bunch
Crazy
of,
women.
I had, well, obviously I had 5 women with 5 different women. So I had a fight on my, I had a lot of different arguments when in court, different, different counties I had to go to for court and all that shit. Yeah, my own fault. I mean, but honestly, I swear I would not change it. I would not change. I love all my kids, and I definitely would not change anything in my life because everything that happened to me in my life has brought me to having each one of my kids. So I don't regret anything, but I do regret how the court system treated me. That was totally wrong. And then when I was raising my 2 daughters towards the end part, I had a 16-year-old and a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old at the time. And I was raising the 16-year-old by myself, and her mom was in Florida. And so my youngest daughter, the 5-year-old, her mom lived here, and we would do every other week. But I still had her every other week, and I lost my home. Right, I couldn't afford the rent anymore. All the fucking bills that just were piling up on me, it caught up on me. So I lost my home. We were getting kicked out. So I turned to the system, asked them for help. And you know what they told me? They told me to go pitch a tent. I told them, I said, I have 2 choices. Uh, give my daughters up, which I would never do, or go pitch a tent. That's the only way I don't have any place else to go. No family around in the area. So they told me basically that they said to me, does the lot where you're going to pitch the tent, does it have running water? And I said, yeah. And they said, well, that's good then. And that's literally what I had to do. I had to go pitch it. I lived in a tent with my 2 daughters. They were happy because the campground had a swimming pool. So they were happy. But I was like, what the fuck am I going to do? You know? So the system has not treated me very good at all. And I know if I was a woman, that whole experience would have been totally different.
Yeah.
So there's half of my life story. But yeah, no, I'm not a fan of the system, that's for sure. Chloe says, check this out. His wife's actual father, so his father-in-law, was a truck driver. He put my brother in the back of his truck, drove to Canada and help him take his daughter back. Hmm. And she tried to get him in trouble for it, but they told her, since I was actually the father of the child, that it wasn't kidnapping and there was nothing she could do. I found out later the reason why my ex took my daughter and did all that shit. She's like, because I could have literally stopped her from leaving the state of Wisconsin if I would have filed the divorce papers before she left. And the divorce papers weren't filed yet. We were just talking about it. And it was the beginning of talking about it. So I hadn't even gotten an attorney yet. But if I would have had an attorney and everything and had it filed, she wouldn't have. Then she would. They said they would have had. She would have had to bring the child back, or it would have been kidnapping for her. But I still think they wouldn't have did jack shit. They just said, "Oh, she's already in Florida. We're not. What are we gonna do? She's already there."
Yeah, I feel sorry for Glenn, dude, for Matt Pyman. I mean,
Yeah.
he's in a messy he's in a mess, dude. Well, not he, but the situation he's in.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. Powell. It says I'm
It's
buying a
crazy.
van, save more money and more to off-grid island. Ken Rotman already lives there. Where is this island? Where is this island you're talking about? It cost me $6,000 to move, and I will give up my bond to be free from the demons. So what is the island actually? What do you actually need when you get to the island? How much money do you need? Do you need any money, or what do you need to go there with? Like, is it costing you 6,000 to fly wherever this island is, or is that the 6,000 you need to
No,
be on the
that's what
island?
he needs.
To be on the island, he needs the 6,000. So what does the island charge to get to be there? You okay? You okay, boy?
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm just stretching, dude.
Oh, sounded like you were throwing up or something.
No, I'm just stretching.
Chloe says, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Patrick. This, but yeah, yes, it definitely is messed up." Pyman, obviously you don't want to come on and talk. No, I don't need help. No, that's what it cost me to move into this house. Oh, okay, gotcha. So what is how much is it going to cost to get you to the island?
Dude, he just travels there with a pond or a ferry. You know, it's
But how far away is he now? I mean,
6 miles. It's 6 miles off the coast.
oh, okay. Oh, so he's right there.
No, he doesn't live exactly near there, but he can travel there.
Right, pretty close by.
Yeah.
It's not like us, we got to go overseas to get there.
Mm-hmm.
By the time we get there, are they going to want a passport from us? I can't join, Pat. Why can't you join?
Oh, he just can't join. That's okay.
So they have what? Okay, I get that you can't join, but why? I mean, what? I just get on a ferry, yep, very close to the mainland. So, is your beard too long? Is that why they won't take you? So they got some kind of criteria, huh? Some of those co-op community housings are nice. There's one in Walnut Creek, California. I don't get how they do that if it's a federal land.
Well, do you really need to understand, or does it matter?
Well, I wouldn't mind. Well, if you're thinking about moving to something like that, yeah, I would want to understand it.
Yeah, true that.
No, they actually would mail her come back or make her come back. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah. So she technically flew under the radar, basically. David said if Mad Pyman shaved his beard, nobody would know who he is. Yeah. The red or blue option on StreamYard. What does that mean? Red or
I
blue
have no
option?
clue.
I don't know what that means. The red or blue option, Mad Pyman.
Probably connect with Facebook or connect with YouTube. I don't know, something like that.
Oh.
Hey, I'm signing off.
Okay. Are you doing are you gonna do a live stream in the morning or no?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
I don't know. I'll see. Hey,
Okay.
so yeah, you'll see. So, yeah.
Well, thanks for coming on here. I appreciate you.
Yeah, same here. And have a good night and a good morning too.
You
And
too.
ciao, chat. Bye bye.
See you later, boy. All right. So, continue with Facebook or YouTube. I would say YouTube, but I'm not on Facebook. I don't think I'm on Facebook. I'm just not. Hey, Creek Mary. Oh, Creek Mary's here. So we all gotta sing a song because of Creek Mary. Dear Creek Mary, you always make me happy when you show up because you're a good friend of mine. I'm Mr. Rogers. Oh, I'm getting tired. I can tell I'm like overtired, I think. Been a 3 hours and that like it's getting hard to do these streams, these long streams. For some reason, it just takes so much out of me. I feel like I don't know. I feel like I've put in like a full day of work. It's just taking a lot out of me. Plus, I told you last time, it's like I've been having I don't know why, but anxiety attacks before I go on. Like tonight, I was fine, but most of the time, it's like I don't know. You go through these like anxiety attacks, and you can't sleep, eh? Insomnia just kicked in. I drank enough coffee to stay up for a little while longer, but my phone's charged back up to 46%. So, but I don't know. Oh yeah, I would. It's in the office. So let's see. I think I can make a cup of coffee and take you guys into the office and let's see here. I'm gonna take you guys. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. Oh, it's getting late. Nobody wants to sing with me. If you're tired, get your some rest. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm a little tired, but hey, that's fine. I'm good to go. I'm good to make. Oh wait, I think I got enough coffee to just warm this up instead of making another whole glass. There we go. That'll be a fast coffee. Yeah, just missed voy. You can press rewind and get all the voy you want. So what are you guys all doing up this late? 1 o'clock. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. 12:44. No, he lives in Wisconsin. He doesn't live in a creek. Hey, Sue, welcome. He lives in Madison, I think, right, boy? Valentine, not one of you. Hey, how you doing? Welcome. He's just getting up. It's hard to wind down from work that quick. Chloe, I forgot. What do you do? If you don't mind saying. Let's see. Okay, that's hot enough. Let's see, I'm assistant manager at the. Oh yeah, that's right. I think you and Cammy. I think Cammy works at a grocery store, or maybe the same thing. Dollar. I don't remember. Drive my 18-wheeler. Not excited. Heading to North Dakota. Okay. You should. Trucker Jim was just on here, and he drives a 18-wheeler too. You guys should get to know each other. Maybe you can talk to each other on the CB. Look like, do you guys even still have CBs in your trucks? Probably all got cell phones now. You don't really need CBs. Look like it was run very well. It is about 7 houses held together with a farm, and they run it efficiently. That's cool. I seen a video someplace in California that they have no law or anything, but I don't know what they call it. They have a weird name for it. And moved to Florida. Cool. I'm happy Jim is still working. Yeah, that's cool. Chloe, that's saying a lot. They work their people to death around here. No, only old timers have CB still. Yeah. Okay, let's get to the office. So I'll keep going until it gets down to till my phone gets down to about 20%. So it's at 44% now. All right, there we go. All right. Zippity doo dah, zippity yay. There we go. What a beautiful day. All right. There is one thing that I want to tell you all. Getting a little serious now. You know, at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about how Jesus Christ. I always had said in the past that I found Jesus Christ, and I really think it. I don't believe that anymore. I really believe that Jesus Christ found me in 2016, because that's when I started getting closer to Christ and wanting to know about him actually. Because in 2016, when I had the kidney failure, I wasn't looking for him. I wasn't looking for God or Jesus. And so I think he found me. He saved me. And the thing of it is that he was patient with me. You know, all them years of not knowing him or wanting to get to know him. He was patient with me, and he never lost his love for me. And he loves you all, and he has not given up on you. And I think everybody needs to hear that. I truly care about each and every one of you who are not bots. I care and love the real people here, the real human flesh and blood of you. But a lot of people, like, not a lot of people, but some people ask me, why do you follow Christ? And they think I'm in a religion like Catholic or something like that. And I say to them, I'm not a follower of a religion. I'm a follower of Jesus Christ. And when you think about it, Jesus Christ didn't like any religion either. Based in reality, it's religion that killed him. So he didn't like religion. And that's not what he wanted, that's not what he wanted. So I think I say, so I continue to say to them, I'm like, hey, what man do you know that has loved, done nothing but love everything and not have a bad bone in his body that he wanted to hurt anybody. He never started a war against anybody. He never had any crime that he committed. So why would I not? He went to his death with what he believed in, and now we all know that he is my savior. He's my Lord and Savior. And why would I not follow a man with that kind of love, you know? And he spilled his blood for my sins, for our sins. If we just accept him, that's all we need to do. Accept him and get to know him. And I'll tell you, I mean, I'm dealing with a lot of physical pain. I deal with not having a lot of money, but you know what? That doesn't mean that I'm not realizing that I have all the glory. This body means nothing to me. And knowing Christ, it just you have I feel like I have a bubble around me that actually protects me from a lot of everything that's going on right now. I'm basically feel like just a watcher. Like I'm just watching everything. I'm just sitting here watching everything go down. And I'm thinking, this is like a movie. It doesn't feel real. But the closer I get to Christ, I'm realizing that everything that's happening is biblical. And some people say, well, it's biblical because that's the way they want it. They want to follow the Bible and make everybody believe that they're the ones that are doing all this. But I'll tell you, I see the Mandela Effect, so they can't fool me to not know that this is not all solid. Our reality is not solid, so you can't keep me here. You cannot keep they can't keep any of us here. And so, and it hurts me. It really does hurt me to know that a lot of my loved ones don't follow Christ, and they don't know Christ yet. And I pray that the people who don't know him, I'm praying that that Christ finds them. And because I don't want to see anybody go to the lake of fire or wherever, down to hell, whatever that is. I don't want myself to go there. I wouldn't want to see anybody go there. But we all know that just by what you have to do, that there's not going to be, because there's so many false prophets out there, that, and I didn't even realize this either until I seen a video and realized that this preacher was telling the truth about the prayer that a lot of these preachers have people do. Like, they pray once, about having Jesus in their heart and all that, and forgive all the sins. That prayer that all the preachers have people do. That's not right. That's not right. Jesus didn't come here asking you to have him in his heart, or in your heart, or however that goes, in your heart. Jesus didn't come here saying, I need you all to pray and have me in your heart. He didn't do that. That's not what he wants. And a lot of people are being fooled. I probably could have explained this a little bit better, because I'm not sure if you understand what I'm saying. But maybe I'll get more into it, because I just seen this video and I'm like, wow, that's correct. I mean, they're fooling so many people, and so many people think that once they say that one prayer, that they're good to go. No, you need to know Christ. You need to learn about him. You need to read the book. I mean, I'm actually reading the book, but most of everything that I read is just Jesus's words. Most of everything is just Jesus. I just want to know his words, what he says. But I'm I know there's a lot of people on here that, not a lot of people. I know there's some people that don't agree with what I'm saying, and they have their own beliefs, and that's fine. I don't get on anybody for whatever they believe in. I open my ears. I listen to everybody, and I may not agree with them, but I don't feel like, I mean, it's hard to say, because I can't really say this, because if I say this, it sounds like I'm saying that I'm better than you, and I'm not better than you. I am even. We're all even, no matter what your belief is. We're all even. We're still all even. But I'm just saying that the if you don't have Christ in your heart, please um give it a chance. I mean, a lot of us have been ruined. I was ruined pretty much by the Catholic Church. I didn't want to, do any of this, and obviously, until my accident. But I was like, I didn't feel like the Catholic Church knew. I just didn't feel right. I said it before in my chat, that when I was younger and I walked into a Catholic church, I literally felt like I was going to burst in flames. And I don't know why I had that feeling, but I mean, now I do. I know now. But I was like, wow, am I bad? Am I that bad that I feel like I'm going to burst in flames when I walk into a church? But no, it's really the church is what was bad. The church is what was bad. Um, but anyways, um, I'm just looking at some notes to see if I missed anything. Um, I had a guy on here a while back that was confronting me on, God, Jesus never said he was God in the Bible, and stuff like that. Uh, basically what it comes down to is there's plenty of times where he didn't exactly say he was God, but he basically said he was God. And a matter of fact, there's one place where he pretty much said he was God. But it comes down to faith. Faith is the biggest thing. You have to have the faith. The faith. Yes, Chloe, exactly. Faith is if you don't have faith, you don't have anything. But in John chapter 8, 10, 11, 15, 6, 14, and 10 twice, and 10, Jesus says these type of verses. I am the bread of life. I am the light of the world. I am the good shepherd. I am the resurrection and the light. I am the way, the truth, and the light. I am the true vine. Many times he pretty much says he's God. But it comes down to faith, like I said, and not getting mixed up into these religions. The religions are what's holding everybody back. And the religions are nothing but money makers, money and war to bring on wars. You know, I never realized when I used to watch movies when I was younger, I used to root for the white guy with the red cross because they were the Christians, right? They were the good guys. Come to find out they're actually the bad guys. There's really no good guys in this situation. And and it's kind of funny how they just have people, they have so many people fooled. Millions of people are fooled. And and if this ever got out the way I'm talking right now to them type of people, I would probably be chastised to the furthest. I'd be chastised back to back to Sagittarius. Okay, fly me back to Sagittarius. I am one of those that think that Jesus isn't God. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine. I don't, like I said, I don't hold back on anybody's belief. Yeah, your corporate whores that don't pay tax. Exactly. But it doesn't bother me when people do believe that. Yeah, I mean, if you're getting upset over somebody else's belief, then you're not quite there yet, I think. So if you can open your heart to not have a fight but still talk what you believe in, then there's nothing wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Um, I mean, I still would encourage everybody to look into it a little bit further and study it a little bit more. And I'm not saying that you guys haven't studied it more. And I'm new into the Bible, but I have the feeling in my heart and soul that Jesus is my Lord and Savior. No, you wouldn't, Mary. Maybe we're in Orion because Jesus saved us from something worse than Sagittarius. I don't know. It could be. I never really thought of that prelim. But something like that could be where I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I got like this is some sort of second chance for me because I didn't know Jesus before. I thought I knew him, but I didn't. I really didn't. I didn't even have a grasp on really knowing him. Um, Maybe we're in Orion. Okay, no, you wouldn't marry. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Somebody must have said something about love is the temple, love higher ground. Oh, hey, welcome, Mandela Mile. You almost slipped by me. David Wolf is here. Chloe, Mad Pieman, Prelim, Mandela Mile, Mad. Oh, I already said Mad Pieman. Okay, let's see. Society program that thought Jesus and love are one and the same. Hmm. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I think so too, Paul. Where society it can't be much worse. But I think we're definitely in the growing pains right now, and I would say buckle up, buckle up, because things are going to get a lot worse. But don't worry, you are going to be fine. I wouldn't worry at all. But with that, I don't know. Do you guys, is there something else you guys want to talk about or anything? Otherwise, I think I'm gonna hang it up. I don't really have anything else pressing. Bum, 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 bum. I think I'm gonna make me. I think I'm gonna make me some soup and some crackers are already made. I don't have to make them. Some soup and crackers sounds good, and then out. It's Betty Bye time. Creek Mary lives on. I love where Creek Mary lives. Is she's got a one dog or a couple dogs. I know one for sure, pretty big dog. Lives out in the country. I would love to be. I do not like living in an apartment building. This is the first time I've ever lived in an apartment building. I will never do this again. I do not like apartment buildings. I need my own house out in the woods somewhere, and I'm gonna start looking for that because I'm done with with this living in the apartment building crap. So look for me. I'm gonna find a house out in the country, and we're gonna do a lot of outside videos then. Pat, you want a house too? I don't like apartments and I don't like Madison. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live in Madison either. It's too big, too big. I like the country setting, the woods. I love the woods. Um, Valentine, not one of you. I'm driving, can't type. That's cool. That's all right. Drive safe, man. Wish I had a house. So, I got woods, yeah. The only problem is I know that the rent I'm gonna have to find a partner, somebody to help me with the bills because I wouldn't be able, that's the problem is it would be a lot more expensive. I'm talking probably about $400 more expensive to live in a house than live right where I'm at now. So that I would literally probably have to get somebody and I don't like living with other people. I mean, I can handle it, but uh, I'd be outside most of the time anyway, so not a big deal. Wintertime would be a little bit hard, I think. I already live in the backyard. I'm sorry, Mad Pieman. I am not laughing at you. It's just that I've been there. I at one point I had to live in a a camper in my sister's yard for a little while. Not very long, but yeah, I've been there. I've been having to live in a tent before. Uh, One time when I was living in Florida, I was completely homeless. I was, how old was I? Huh. I think I was about 20. I think I was about 20 years old and I was completely homeless. I had one change of clothes. Uh, I had an extra pair of underwear, extra socks, extra shorts, and an extra shirt. And my toothbrush, toothpaste, deodorant, and I had it all stuffed in this little thing that I could carry around. And I literally, I'm not kidding you guys. I would literally at one point I was sleeping on the park benches, and it used to piss me off when the cars would go by and blow their horns on purpose because it would wake me up. But I literally could fall asleep, and it got a little chilly, and I'm in a tank top, nothing, because it's Florida. But it does get a little chilly at night. But I fell asleep on a park bench. I fell asleep on a bus one time, waiting. The bus just kept going around. I slept on the bus all the way until it ended. The bus driver literally had to come wake me up, tell me, "Hey, we're in the bus steeple where all the buses are, all the city buses are." I'm like, "Oh shit!" I'm like, "Where the hell is this?" I was like miles away from where I needed to be, and nowhere, no money to get there. Because I couldn't afford a taxi. So I literally had to walk all the way back, and it took me like 3 hours. Wow. But anyways, one time I fell asleep on the bus. Actually, that was the time when the bus driver woke me up. Somebody had stolen my extra set of clothes. I didn't. They stole my extra set of clothes. So now I'm down to just what I'm wearing: a pair of shorts, a tank top, one pair of underwear, and a pair of socks. And I was literally working at them one day places where they would send you out somewhere shitty to work, and you would work minimum wage, you'd get paid, but by the end of the day you got paid. You didn't have to wait weeks or whatever. And so by the time I'd get paid, it would be enough money to go and buy a new pair of socks because I ruined the ones that I had to work in that day, and my feet were all wet. So they started getting like an athlete's foot. They were like all shriveled up, and they started stinking. And man, my one toe split open, and I was so afraid that was going to get infected because I couldn't stop working. I had to work every day. Uh, I could barely frickin' walk because that toe was split so far open, and my feet were constantly wet. And there was nowhere at night to get my feet out of my shoes and socks and put them up. There was nowhere I could go to do that. Um, so it was a bitch. Um, so the only time my feet ever got away from water was actually after a shower. I'd have to sit there for a little while and let my feet dry out. But it costs money to take a shower. I think it was like a quarter. I think it was a quarter every 5 minutes, something like that. I don't, maybe not even that, like a couple minutes. Because by the time I got my hair all shaved up, by the time I had to get my hair rinsed out, then the thing would shut off and I'd have to throw another quarter in there. I'd go through about 75 cents. But yeah, I mean, I feel for you. The basic. I'm sorry that I had to go all off on some tangent there, some kind of. But I've been through some shit, man. That's what I mean. Is I've been through some shit, and I finally decided I was trying to make enough money to get a Greyhound to go back to Wisconsin. And I just wasn't able to save up enough money for a Greyhound ticket because every day I needed money to eat. And I wasn't even eating that much. I was eating like a bag of popcorn or a couple bags of popcorn a day. Um, but so anyways, after a little while I said, fuck this shit. And I started hitchhiking. And I hitchhiked all the way back to Wisconsin. Luckily, I got a trucker. Thank God for truckers. Nowadays, I don't think they pick people up too much, but that trucker took me most of the way. He took me all the way to Chicago, and then I actually had friends come pick me up from Wisconsin. They drove to Chicago to get me and brought me back. But oh, that was a bitch. But like, I got lucky with that though. Anyways. Anyways, with that, I lost everything before. I lived in a caravan with other sad people in caravans. Yeah, that's really sad. Well, if I could, if you need somebody to talk to or something, Matt Pyman, or whatever, you can email me and then we could, figure out how we could talk from there. But our new timeline at yahoo.com, Matt Pyman. Our new timeline at yahoo.com. Email me, man, and you know, at least to give you somebody to talk to. It's nice, it's nice if you have somebody, it's like when I was going through all that, I really didn't have anybody. My dad and I were fighting at the time, so I couldn't call my dad. My mom was passed away from drug overdose at the time, so I didn't have a mother. Um, and I didn't know my brother at the time. We didn't actually meet until I didn't meet Trucker Jim until I think I was around 40 something years old. I think it was actually on Jim's 40th birthday that we met. Life goes on, Pat. We are survivors. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Annie, welcome. I'm a homeless robot finding a free outlet to charge myself up in the hardest part. I caravan changed to train in Bible. Oh, really? It's good when you can talk with someone who understands Mandela. Yeah, of course. Yeah. So Annie, did you say you're going through the same problems, Annie? Are you having problems with the living arrangements? Hey Dean, welcome. Ahoy. Ahoy, Dean. I'll be right back. I'll still be here. Oh shit. Oh shit. Are we back? Sorry about that. I hit the wrong button. Sorry. But anyways, now I'm going to do what I was going to do before. I'm still here, but just hold on a second. So you are all my friends. How many of you are actually robots? Put a 1 in the room if you're a robot. I'm gonna get all the real people are gonna put a 1 in the room because they're just jokesters. I got you. Whoops, sorry. Hold on. All right. I wonder if I play a song. Do you guys want to hear a song? Bef- I don't know. I'm all wound up now. Do you guys want to hear a song? Um, I'm not a beeping robot. Annie says she's a robot. Chloe says she's a real girl. How oh, Bad Pat. Bad Pat was gonna say something. Ooh, Bad Pat. Bad Pat. No strikes. No, I'm not gonna get a strike for it, but I might get a one of them ones that they're like a strike, but they're not. It's not an actual strike where they kick you off. It's just a strike for playing. But I think I got one that I can play. Let's see. Let me see what I got here. I think I got one that's not going to give me a copyright strike. That's what I was talking about, a copyright strike. But listen to this girl. I think this girl can sing. Listen to her.
In the arms of an angel, fly away from here. In this dark, cold hotel room, and the endlessness that you feel, you are pulled from the wreckage of your silent reverie. You're in the arms of an angel. May you find some comfort here. Some comfort here.
Yeah, I like that. She's got a good voice. And now that song now, every time I hear that song now, it reminds me of Rain on the Plains because she passed away in a car accident. And yeah, so that's sad. I went to Manpower for a day job, had me digging ditches at minimum wage. Busted a nut for a few pieces of metal. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They sure get the desperate ones. They can get a lot of work and energy out of the poor people for very little pay. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, she was a passenger, Creek Mary. That's what I heard is that she was a passenger. Um, let's see here. I think I got another one I can play. this girl's really good. I've got 3 different videos because I couldn't capture it all in one video. So it's going to be in 3 different parts. But here's the first part.
I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do ya? Well, it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, and the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Your faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty and the moonlight all through ya. She tied you to her kitchen chair. She broke your throne and she cut your hair. Amazing.
Did I mess that one up or what? Can't get a strike for that one because I was like all over the place on that one. I was like, is it this one? I know it's this one. It jumped this one and missed this one. I know it was like messed, and I really messed up. But hey, I didn't say I was a professional DJ now, did I? Hallelujah. 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 Maybe a little sugar will help. Yeah. Ugh. A little sugar will get me bouncing around just as bad as this coffee, probably. Actually, sugar puts me to sleep. You know that? If I eat anything with sugar in it, I'm like really tired. Yeah, I know. Fucking diabetic. I'm a diabetic. That's why. I could go into a coma just like that. That's why I'm surprised. I'm like, why am I probably died 100,000 times already. I mean, it's like I literally every time I eat any type of sugar, it literally puts me out. It's like what, there's times where I've had like a piece of cake, boom, out for about an hour or two. It's pink heart shape. There's this adorable little priest on YouTube that belts that song out for a wedding. Yeah, dude. No, for a copyright strike, they don't take the video down, do they? No, they don't take the video down for a copyright strike. Only for like the big strikes. I'm not sure what are the big strikes called. A copyright strike's when you do somebody else's video, right? Yeah. Uh, I guess they just have like medical misinformation, or they're like titled out that way, right? For the big strikes. Um, My lady was diagnosed with diabetes. She only has problems on the medication. Is she on metformin? Medpimin? Is she taking metformin for that, or is she taking insulin? They're grumpy grandpa. Hey, how's it going? They're talking you down, Patrick. Yeah, my lady was a sugar crash. Sugar makes me tired too. I'm sweet enough. I won't take the medicine. I can change it with diet, but I'm weak. I did give it a try. I did feel better on it, but I was really not I was not eating anything but meat, and I was like, man, I can't do this. This is hard. Literally anything that I ate had some sort of carbs in it. So I basically could only eat meat. And yeah, they won't take it down for a copyright strike because I have a copyright strike on every video on my channel that has music on it, even if it's just me singing the song. Oh wow. Wow. I don't know, but she gets bruises that are probably clots. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how, like, I don't have any feeling basically really in my feet. I'm surprised I'm actually walking, but I don't have very good balance anymore. I used to have really good balance. Now I can't. I have to hang on to something if I'm gonna lift one leg up. Maybe it's because I'm getting older, but it does have a lot to do with my balance, my feet, uh, because I can't feel them. Like I can't feel the water if I get into a bathtub. If I go feet first, I can't feel it. I don't know what the temperature is. I literally have to use my hand, like my wrist. Um yeah, it sucks. You just don't know, but I have faith in the Lord that whenever I go, it's my time. Uh I'm I'm ready whenever he's ready to take me. But if I have to sit here and stick it out and be in pain and stuff, it's nothing compared to what Christ went through. Not even close. Not even close to what Christ went through for us. So, as much pain as I'm in sometimes, whew, it's still not even close to what Christ went through. But I guess we all carry our own cross. Yeah, it's actually it has gone into my fingers. Um and it's gone from my feet. It's starting to make its way past the knees at this point. The knees are starting to lose feeling. So I don't know, probably be a couple more years and I'll be into my waist. And I'm thinking once it gets into my waist is get in my tailbone, and that will probably start affecting. I don't think I'll be around that long anyways, but uh oh, something I'm not looking forward to. That would be weird to not have any feeling. Uh that would be weird not to have any feeling in my waist, because that would mean everything would be affected. I wouldn't be able to feel like going to the bathroom or anything. That would suck. Oh, Uh, well, thanks, David, and everyone in the chat. I hope everything goes well. Mad Pieman, love you, bro. Yes, Matt Pyman. Man, I hope everything does work out for you. I wish I had a ton of land that anybody that was having problems, I could just say, hey, there's a apartment building or a bunch of apartment buildings over on this land. Go grab one. But us people who would do something like that, we never make it rich. Do you know why that we're not rich in money? Because I think a lot of people, I'm not saying everyone, but most of the people who are rich, the only way they can get there is being stingy and ruthless. And you show me one person that has money that's not stingy or ruthless in some way. But like I said, I'm not saying everyone. There are some people with money who have a heart, you know. Most of the time they just don't have control over the money. They have it to spend uh my toes already tingle. I'm sorry, Creek Mary. Blessings your way, P. Matt Pyman, everyone. Thanks, Annie. Oh yeah, no problem, Matt Pyman. Yeah, it was nice having you in here tonight. 4 hours, guys. I think I'm gonna hang it up. I thank you guys all for coming in and listening to my life stories, basically. But each one has been. I have learned from each one. I can say that. Yeah, each one of my mistakes I have definitely learned from, and like I said, I want to praise my Lord Jesus Christ. I love you. Um, I hope he can find each and every one of y'all, and y'all find him. With that, I love you guys. Take care of yourselves. And Mad Pyman, I'll be praying for you. Oh, hey, Digital. Just as I was about to click that end button, some of my parts tingle. Oh boy, Digi. Um, you're sounding a little bit like Sharky now, because I know what you're talking about. Mandela Mile, love you. Thanks, man, Pyman. So, Undoctrinated, welcome. Before I leave, I will ask Digital, do you want to come on for a little bit? If not, I'm gonna end it. So, Digital. Um, sure, let's do 10 minutes. Alrighty. I'll give you the link. Here comes the link. The link to the chat. Or to the, what do you call it? The link to the panel. There's the link to the panel. How long is it gonna take before Digital joins the can't rhyme? I can't find a rhyme. I'm starting to talk nonsense now. I'm like getting tired. Come on, Dig. Where are you? Digital. He's over in Australia, so he's probably got to sign a bunch of documents before he can get on. checkmate here and a checkmate here. And here is Digital Intel. Welcome, brother.
Hello there.
How you doing?
Really good. Do you know what a definition of a friend is?
Yes.
Do you mind if I give you my version?
Oh yeah, no, go ahead.
It was kind of not a rhetorical. It was kind of rhetorical. Definition of a friend is someone who has either been working their ass off or has been spending time helping people for 4 hours online, and then reaches out and says, "Do you want to do a couple of minutes with me?"
Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't have to do that.
Yeah, no, but I love you, man.
Same, bro.
And I always, I don't know what's going on in your life, and I want to hear if you're having problems. I'm willing to listen.
Well, let me just shrink it right down. So, because you've been on here for 4 hours, but I will say that I really, and I don't know how well this is going to gel with you, Patrick, but I'm really, really, really feeling like more and more, and don't hate me, but I'm feeling like we're in a simulation. I feel like this place is not real. I think this is just some temporary place that we've found ourselves and we don't know how we got here. And the more I think about it, the more I live out my days, the more I walk around and see numbers, synchronicity, all that sort of stuff, but also just things that are just so impossible to be coincidental. So impossible to be coincidental that there's like some sort of consciousness or some sort of link we actually have into this matrix. What you were mentioning before about the people with the money, yes, they are ruthless and all those sorts of things, but I'm not so I'm not so sure that that's necessarily how they got there. I think there's a formula, and I think, and I also think that just because I've seen some videos recently of people like this and that about whatever, and to me, it's not about if you don't have money, right? If you don't have money, you can do something about it, and you don't have to be ruthless, is what I'm trying to say. And yes, you can share that and whatever else, but Michael Musko would say, "You are what you think and talk and breathe and whatever. Whatever you think is what you are." So if you're constantly thinking that, well, if I don't have any money, then I'm closer to God or I'm not ruthless, then that's not necessarily true. I think you can do. I think there's people that I know that. Very few, and how sad is this? There's very few people who have been couples for their whole life, but those people who have been couples all their life and they're doing really well, they're good people. And I don't think that I would take a shot at them for having money. But, and with that, I think people who don't have money, there's always things you can do to get money or learn how to get money. You know what I mean? Are you gonna Are you gonna do a digi? Are you gonna fall asleep?
My battery just went to 15%, so I'm going out of I'm going to get the charger.
All right.
But yeah, no, keep talking.
Keep going. So in my world, there are some things started talking about this not that long ago, where I'll give you a work example where I'm at work and I can see a course of events unfold, some of which that I saw before it happens, like no different to anyone in the world. Like you can predict things are going to happen or you can see it's going to go in a particular way. But because I've been through this before in other jobs, but also pre-2015, it's almost like I have no real emotional... Well, I do, but like nowhere near the old days, no emotional response to situations. It's like I can see it coming. It's happened before in a different scenario and it's playing out. And it really feels like I'm somewhere else in different buildings playing out the same scenario of several years ago. And anyone would say, well, that's just your life, Digi. You know, you learn from experience and whatever else. But when you tie that hand in hand with the fact that Haas Avocados is now HASS everywhere you go, and that there's a racing team called Haas, spelled HAAS, which should be Haas, and that racing team was formed in 2016, was supposed to be formed in 2015, and it got delayed, surprise, surprise, to 2016. You know, you see these things, and I'm seeing synchronicities. I'm seeing colored dots. I remember someone in one of the Mandela channels saying to me, oh, my mum, before she died, she's seen colored dots. Well, you know, hold your horses, everyone. I've been seeing colored dots for quite some time. I see it every now and then, like a bright colored dot on my monitor. I'll see it in the sky. I'll see it when I'm putting on a shirt. It doesn't have to be electrical. It doesn't have to be digital, because I think everything that's here, the place that we're in at the moment, is digital anyway. But there's some videos that I've been watching. I watched this guy from actualize.org, which is like, it's been around for 5-10 years. I used to really like him. Then I thought he was a little bit of a, you know, one of the people that are the elites and stuff. And, you know, he questions God and all this sort of stuff, but like not in a bad way. He's like, you know, trying to work through, he's working it out through his head, what's going on. But he's done, you know, tried different drugs. He's a philosopher, and he's also a practicing psychologist. And he's kind of one of those, like, you know, younger people with younger thoughts on psychology. You know what I mean? Anyway, he was talking the other day about how he had this experience, and I've experienced the same things he has to a degree. And I've gone, oh, yeah, that time I remember when I felt like I exploded and was in the universe. And that was not through drugs or anything. That was just through meditation. And I remember what he was talking about, and remembering that, like, we're just all infinite kind of beings that are always going to live forever anyway. And that really, one of the things, Patrick, that was really caught my attention was the fact that he'd said that what he realized when this happened, it was like, I awoke for the first time. I was awake, and it was like I awoke from life itself. And then I stopped and listened to him, and I was like, Patrick, Life Matrix, all these other people, Digital Intel, all these people, it's like, it's almost like we've woken out of death. Did we die, and have we woken up from death?
Well, you know, I've always had that feeling from the get-go, but lately I don't feel like we died. I do feel like we definitely moved, our consciousness moved somewhere. So yeah, maybe we died a death in the other timeline or something. But I think I'm not, you know, when you first started out saying, you know, don't get mad at you, I'm not offended at all by you saying that this is some sort of simulation, because it doesn't take Christ out of, even if it is a simulation, it still don't take Christ out of the situation.
Correct. Yeah.
Because Christ basically came here to show us how to get out of this. Wherever we are, he showed us how to get out of here. And it's through love and shit. I mean, you're not going to move up a notch when you're wanting to kill people and have that type of, you know. So yeah, I mean, but no, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, it's, that's the good thing about us, is we have open mind. We're all open minded to where whatever you're talking about fascinates me, because it makes you think, hey, this could be a possibility, or some of what you said could be a possibility mixed with some other stuff that's going around, you know. So it's like
Chloe,
you got, it's like puzzle pieces, huh? There's probably several timelines that were dead. I mean, I feel like I've died a few times, and to tell you the truth, I don't know how I'm still alive because with this diabetes and the way it's acting, and me not having a machine to breathe for me, I should be dead. Right. I don't know how I'm here really. I don't. Because I don't wear a machine, and yeah, I don't know.
So are you on a healthy diet, Patrick? Because I know that we've talked about this before.
Yeah,
And
I mean, yeah, basically a diet that I can afford. You know, I mean, if I had to eat what would keep me totally healthy, if I could do it, which is hard to do, would be an all meat diet, and that gets quite expensive. Or you're eating a lot of chicken.
yeah,
So, I mean, I literally cannot eat a carb.
you're not
Not
allowed to eat
anything.
like broccoli because that's a carb, right?
Yeah,
Broccolini and shit like that.
All that's got carb. Everything has
Yeah,
carbs in it, but
yeah.
meat. And with my body, as soon as I eat a carb, my blood sugars shoot up. You know, so I've tested it when I was on the diet, the all meat diet. I did start adding some broccoli or corn. Corn was the worst. My blood sugars just shot up on corn. Of course, it
Yeah.
was sweet corn.
Man, Patrick, I've heard like I'm a celiac now. You know, another thing that happened to me when you travel 51 billion light years across the universe, you get these things happen. From Sagittarius A, which is now a black hole, which we knew about because CERN were doing the experiments. It was called the Great, the Large Hadron Collider. There was only one of them. There only ever was one of them. Now, on this fucked up planet, excuse the language, we have 36,000 of them, and now they're called CERN, and they're all over the place, and they're devil worshipping freaking. Yeah, like there's some actual facts here, people. Like, there's some obvious shit, right? If you look at, and I'm not going into this because Patrick's going to go to bed soon, but like the whole America, Russia, Australia, Russia, all these other countries, whatever, Europe and whatever.
Mhm.
It's so obvious that it's just all lies and bullshit. And it's the same thing for the fact that we got moved here. Like, and they can just put it down to, oh, Mark's crazy, Patrick's crazy, Creek Mary one's crazy, everyone's crazy thinking that they shifted. But the reality is what we remember to be true is not the same. So, that's why I'm really disappointed that there's just so many things that have fallen apart,
And it does feel like we're being mocked in movies and in commercials. Stuff that they're doing, they're definitely mocking us in certain ways. So yeah, it's all a game. It's all to try, and I've said this many times in my past streams that when I was younger, I always had a feeling that I was going to be here at the end.
Yeah.
And that I was
we share that as well.
And
Yeah.
I was never gonna die. And I didn't know what that meant by never gonna die.
I know.
But
I know.
now
I'm the same as you. Yep.
That's so
when
weird.
When I was little, Patrick, I knew that there was something, and I hate to use this word because everyone in the chat is going to think I'm an egotistical bastard, but there was something, I'll use two words, special and different, because I was dreaming about people that I would see the next day in the same place that they were. So I knew something was not quite the same as everyone else. And I had that same feeling of that, like it's always going to go on. And now I think about it, it's almost like there's like a mission that's built in. Like there's a sub program. If I go all Star Trek, there's some sort of sub program that's like built into you and I and people in the chat.
I remember back when I was younger, even thinking that I was somewhere before I was here, and my friends or family, whoever they were, I just can hear their voices saying, "You're taking on too much. You're taking on too much." And I never knew what that meant either until now, with everything I'm going through in the Mandela Effect. All of us actually are taking on too much. But my reasoning for it, and I remember what I was telling them, is that I want to skip a couple grades. I want to be able to get it all done in one shot. So whatever I'm doing here, I'm here to either learn something or I don't know. I'll maybe become closer to God. Maybe God is trying to, hey, wake up, wake up. Come on, we got to get you up here. And everybody's waiting for us, and they're not going to leave without us. So it's like,
or I will say, and I remember someone saying this who's read the Bible. And don't take, please, anyone listening to this, whenever you listen to this, don't take any information I say about the Bible to be true, because I haven't read it and I'm going on basically, other people's information here. But there was something in the Bible somewhere saying that before, you mentioned this in your other stream about like end times and stuff. Like, did we miss end times? No. We're right balls deep in end time right now. But there's a thing in the Bible saying that we get captured. We're effectively captured by the Antichrist right before the end, and God will pick the first, the last people first, the first people last, and all that stuff. And that's only paraphrasing, because I'm, and I could be wrong because I haven't read it for myself and I'm not quoting it from the Bible. So do not take me to be gospel kind of thing. But I heard that, and I reckon this is the capture, man. I think we're captured here, like in between good and bad, and we're in the thick of it. The message will be in the stars in the heaven, and man, that happened. What was it, Isaiah 12? I mean, I think that's the only one I can quote because I've read it so many times.
We'll see signs and wonders. It's
exactly
here.
That is the most wonderful, man. It says it in the Bible, right? And again, I'm late to the party with the Bible, right? And I'm an advocate of the Bible, and I'm an advocate of Jesus, and I'm an advocate of the message, right? But I'm late to the party, and probably God's sitting there.
I am too.
Yeah, but I'm later than you, Patrick. I'm still way behind you, right? Like I got the Bible. Remember what I said the other day? The first thing was about, the Queen and stuff. That was just the prefix of the King James Bible. I hadn't even made it to the actual, God made the heavens and the earth, which I did eventually read, right? The first page, whatever, part of the page.
And it's Revelations. I hate when I know when I come across the Orion preacher, because they'll always mention Revelation. As soon as I hear that, I'm like, okay, this is Orion person, because anyone that says Revelations, I know is from where I'm from, Sagittarius or whatever, because a lot of people who are from there, they will say Revelations. So yeah.
So I'm just gonna I won't actually type it. Mad Pieman.
You're right. I think that you could be right though. That captured thing, it does make sense in a way,
Just before we go on, Mad Pieman's written, "I'm in Melbourne, Digini. He's from Newcastle." Well, thank God for that. There's another Mandela person that I can talk to, and Paul from Newcastle as well. But Mad Pieman, I spent from 2 years old to almost 5 years old in Vermont South in Melbourne. So that's out near Ferntree Gully and those sorts of places. I'm not sure which part of Melbourne you're in at the moment, Mad, but that's where I was. My dad lived in Brighton and Sandringham for a while as well, years later. But in Melbourne, hey, AFL starting soon, man. I'm not sure if you're a fan of AFL. I'm a big Adelaide Crows fan. So, but yeah, we're right in the thick of it, Patrick. What can I say? We're here. You're sending out the right message. You're not sure about things, and that's okay. I'm not sure definitely about a lot of things. But I just want to quickly ask this. If I ask nothing else, if I ask nothing else, and actually I'll just put in here, Mad, I lived on Janina, and correct me if I'm wrong, Court, Janina Court in South Vermont. He reckons he knows where that is, but that's where I grew up. I think it was number 4. Anyway, yeah. So, what was I going to say? Yeah, we don't know really. You know, we know what we know. We're sending the good message. Oh, that's right. So, Patrick, I'm going to ask you a question, and this kind of might even be rhetorical, and I think most people in the chat will think this is a really dumb question too. But let me just throw it out there because I don't think we talk about this enough as a group for the Mandela affected people. Their biggest comeback to us as a Mandela affected person is there's thousands of people who have incorrect memory. You know, and you go look it up, it's like, yeah, the Mandela effect is incorrect memory. Now, I know that this is obvious, but this is not talked about nearly enough. And this should be on billboards around the world about the Mandela effect, is the fact that why is it that Patrick Roberts from our new timeline, Mad Pime and Chloe, all of us that's experienced this, why do we all experience the whatever it is, Haas avocados or whatever? Why do we all agree on where it's wrong? So they're saying, oh, they've just got wrong memories. So why don't we all have different memories of it? One person thinks it's HASE,
Right.
and one and why is it that like Luke, I'm your father, you know, and no, I'm not your father? Why isn't it that it's something else? Why do we always remember the same thing that's different?
Right.
How do we
right.
all
Exactly.
collectively remember the same thing incorrectly? That's bullshit. This should be talked about so much more often and is not.
Yeah.
Because we all remember something different that's the same thing different.
Yeah. Yeah. They know for sure that why they ain't gonna bring it out and why they're not talking about it and why our channels aren't going anywhere. I mean, come on. I've been 6 years at least, almost 6 years, 5, 6 years. And I'm still under 1,000 subs. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Well, what can I say, man? I mean, like, it makes that comment that I just made there before, it makes me really mad. It really makes me mad. And Patrick, we've talked about this before, and you would have heard me crapping on about this before, but those channels with those dudes and chicks and whatever, it doesn't matter whether they're boys or girls or whatever they are, that wear makeup and stuff, and they get all like makeup-y and shit, and they talk about the Mandela effect, and they have like 2.6 million views. I'm like, do you know what I mean? Like, they're fucking staged Google clowns, man.
Right.
It really pisses me off seeing that.
I got pissed off one time. I came across the Mandela Effect game, and they were doing it the wrong way. I mean, it was like, okay, they show this Mandela Effect, and then they show this Mandela Effect, and they want you to pick the one that we all were the way it is here on Orion. That's the one that they want you to pick, and most of the time, I mean, most of the time they will pick the other one, but then they automatically they change their mind to the one that is from Orion. It's like they have the game backwards. It should be it's a Mandela effect if it's from Sagittarius. And they were making it look like it's the Mandela effect if it was from Orion.
Clear as
You know what
day.
I'm saying?
You can go through all my videos. Mr. Lawrence, Physics Year 12, 1993. And I've said this story so many times, and I'll shorten it down. But like, he's like, whereabouts are we in the universe? And he showed, because we were leading into talk. And this is the thing. I'll finish this, and then I'll talk about that. This is the thing, is that we're in physics, and he's like, whereabouts are we in the Milky Way? Who thinks in the middle? I put my hand up, and 97% of the people did. And then who thinks we're on the outer rim? And then the 3 people at the front that were straight A students, like, you know, they knew where the fuck we were. They're not stupid. And he's like, yeah, that's where we're at, in Sagittarius's arm. And I remember it so vividly. Like, it was one of the things I brought up on Daniel's Scarab's channel moons ago. It was like, this, at the time I was like, this is the biggest Mandela, but really Haas Avocados ended up being that. And Luke, I'm not, Luke, I'm your father, another massive one. Among others. I mean, acoustic, right? Like, have a look at this in the chat. Like, acoustic or acoustic. I always remember it having 2 C's. Like, and now it kind of looks wrong. Now I know how it's spelled, but I always remember acoustic having 2 C's. Like,
I'll have to look in a second.
Anyway, but like, Mad Pyman's put a toilet bowl for the outer rim. That's pretty funny. Yeah, it's all fucked up, Patrick. And we can say we have each other and all this, and that's all true. I noticed your stream the other day. I wrote in the comments was like 3 hours, 30 minutes, 9 or 3 hours, 39 minutes and 27 seconds, which is 3399. So that was Rain on the Plains organizing that for us wherever she is right now.
Yeah, right. I seen that. Did I forget to put a mark on there that I seen it?
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No. I'm saying, yeah, I think you did actually. You liked it, so I was like,
oh, okay.
Patrick, yeah. I think you did. But yeah, well, Patrick, I could talk for another. I mean, 6:06 p.m. on Friday night. I finished work. I've come home. I've had a very, very challenging week. I'm pretty jaded at the moment, as people can see in the chat, with women. I've had so many problems in my life. I've been single for 8 years, and I've had more problems with no women than in my life than with women. Do you know what I mean? I just want to have a normal girl in my life, but all the work issues and stuff, like, oh my God. I mean, we love women so much. Like, they're the best things in the world, right? But fucking hell, man, they can just be a pain in the ass. I'm sorry. All the love, like 51% of
what
the
kind
audience.
What kind of woman are you looking for?
Caring, loving, from Sagittarius, full stop. I'm so over it, all the bullshit, Patrick. But even that, I'm not even necessarily just talking about a partner. I'm just talking about dealing with situations I've had like recently. It's just very hard. Like the divide between everyone, like man and women, boy and father, mother and son and daughter and cousin and next door neighbor.
Watching it. Yeah.
The divide amongst everyone is so like stretched, like everything's just difficult. So, but so many people in Orion, Patrick, have, and there's nothing wrong with this, because I mean, I've had medication stuff before and whatever, but like, there's so many people with like mental health issues as well, like on top of all of this, like really, really fucked up situations. And it never used to be like this, Patrick. Like, remember, like when we were younger, yeah, there were people that were bullies and nutcases and whatever, but it was few and far between. Like, it seemed that way anyway.
Well, there was places where they could go get help. There's no place where they can get help anymore.
Yeah.
They're just left out there. Or they're put on medication, some type of medication that makes it worse.
And Gaynor, Anne's wrote a lovely little comment in here that I really like. Which is, I wonder if Rain on the Plains shifted somewhere where she was needed more.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, but what I thought a lot about Rain, and I thought a lot about JW. And I was thinking, what do they have in common? What do they have in common? And I'm thinking, okay, they have the Mandela Effect in common, and they were both lovers of Jesus Christ. I know Rain was far ahead of me.
Oh, she'd read the Bible 10 times over. Yeah.
Yeah. So she was right on target, so, I'm thinking that they're fine where they are right now. They're in a better place than what we are,
Because the timeline between her passing and J-Dub's passing, and the timeline between, quote unquote timeline, between you and me talking now and the last time we're talking, to them,
Yeah.
wherever they are right now, is insignificant, because they're just looking and going, okay, they're just walking through the path.
Right,
And then
right.
one day when we're there, we'll be like, oh shit, like, yeah, they're just going through those. Like, to them, it'll just be instantaneous. They'll be able to go, oh, that was that whole entire thing in that micro dot of a second. You know what I mean? Whereas to us now, it's a lifetime, and they're probably sitting there just going, oh, they're at that point. Oh, bless them. They're talking about us. Like, JW, the thing about JW, people need to understand, and there needs to be no misunderstanding about JW, or from my opinion only, about this one particular thing, is that every time I saw a comment from him, it was just love. It was just like, I'm here, just sending some love. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And that's
and
a
that's
really...
that's how he ran his restaurant too. If
Yeah,
if
right.
there was somebody who needed a sandwich or something, he didn't charge them.
Right.
He was that type of person.
Yep.
He was always a giver.
Yeah, I think if I had my own shop, I'd be like that too. Maybe not to the extent that how good he was, but I think I'd be giving. The situation I'm in at the moment, it's not making excuses, but I feel like I'm dealing with other people's problems. All I deal with is people problems. I suppose it's my job, but
I was just gonna say that's a lot. He did that a lot too. He listened to his customers. He sat down and listened to them. So
what sort of
that
shop
made
did he
him
have?
a soup and sandwich shop.
Right.
Yeah, and he used to tell us the stories about him, sitting down and listening to one of his customers that had a problem or whatever, or a patriot, somebody, somebody who couldn't really afford to eat. He was there, to help him. So I mean, like you said, he in a lot of parts of his life, that's all he showed was love. He cared about people. So did Rain.
Yeah.
That they had that in common. They had
Oh man, I
and
miss Rain
he
so
was
much.
he was a believer of Jesus too.
Yeah, it's it's that thing. Like, I know when I'm talking to you, like, it's legit, and when I was talking to Rain, it's that same thing. I mean, she just had this, like, I mean, she's struggling on the same plane, exactly the same level. See, this is the thing that I want to share now, which I've shared before, but how she was coping with it, with mechanisms for surviving the Mandela Effect, was the same deal over here. Like, maybe abusing things too hard, right? But also, and I know you get it as well, but no one that I've come across, we would just talk about, like, people just don't get it. Like, she knew. Like, we had this conversation, Patrick, I don't know if you were part of it, but about the whole what was I'm trying to think of the name of the okay, the internet's blocking me out in my head now. It's like a restaurant chain. I'm gonna say it's
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. There we go. And the spelling of chick, and there was like everyone in the chat was freaking out because it had changed, and we're like, there's just no way. And then when we were looking it up, there's all these different versions of it online, and we're like, wait a second. It was like literally one of those moments where it was unfolding for all of us. And then I'm like, and then people were saying, wait a minute, it was never K, it was C. And other people were like, no, it was K. And then we look, and we went to look it up, and it's CK, and everyone just like flipped out. And the two of us were just like, oh my God, like, you know, and it was, yeah. But not only that, it wasn't just the times when we were online. It was also like when we were popping up individually conversations with other people like you and others. And we would talk about this, like, you know, we're just like, people just don't get it. And like when we walk away from it, it's not walking away from it not thinking about it. It's walking away from it being quote unquote affected by it. We're so like, we're just every day. It's just, you just don't know how to deal with it. But yeah, I mean, she's somewhere better. That whole thing was just so awful how it unfolded. Ugh.
Yeah, I just can't believe it was so long in between that I didn't know. You know, I'm like, it felt like I just talked to her not long ago on Facebook.
Yeah.
Because Sharky was asking me about her, and I said, yeah, she's fine. I just talked to her not too long ago. And then that made me think about going and leaving a message on one of her videos and asked, hey, where you been? Miss ya, love ya, da 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 da. And then somebody left a message after me the next day or whatever and said,
Yeah.
hey, she passed away. And I'm like, what? And it was like 8 months or 7 months, something like that. Almost, no, it was 8 or 9 months. Almost a year, I think it was. I'm like, she passed away that long ago. I'm like, wow.
What's really shifty, man, is that there's some people who shall remain nameless who were allegedly really close with Rain, and Rain used to talk to me about certain people, more than one. And they've not mentioned it, they've not said anything, they've not done a video, they've not, and I'm like, okay, really? Like, you know, I think we've shifted to this place. Like, we've shifted so many times. Like, it's so obvious we're shifting.
Oh,
God,
God,
but
yeah. We're
yeah,
shifting a lot.
yeah. And do you know what? The other day, I have to tell you the story real quick. It's like super quick story. But I was walking home from the train station. I'm walking down this hill, and the sun's directly behind me. And I actually turned up and looked as I'm walking down this really steep slope. And I turned back and looked because it was relatively low in the sky. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm bathed in yellow sun. And it's the first time in a long time. And since then, I haven't had it. But it was like, I'm like, oh my God, like, have I just
Oh,
shifted
wow.
back? Have I just shifted back? And you know what? There were really long shadows again, like long shadows of the building and long shadows of the trees that were
Oh,
defined,
wow.
like, yeah, not defined digitally, but like, you know, defined like in a smooth sort of way, like, and it was like warm light. I'm like, I'm back. I was like, oh my God. And, you know, it was just for a day. I didn't
Yeah.
feel like I'd shifted or anything, but I was like, oh my God. And, you know, everything looked yellow. Like, you know, it was like, now it looks all bright and white again, like tonight and this afternoon. But
Does it feel like your dreams are becoming more real too? It's like,
there's one dream I can't repeat from, because this is even though this is adults only, but there was this girl that came in and out of my life for a flash, not like physically. I'd met her 10 years ago, and I talked about this with you and others before, Patrick, in recent times. You know, and now I've gotten rid of her out of my life because she's toxic. I love her to death, but I can't. She has a husband, like, for God's sake, you know.
yeah.
So whether they're happy or not, I just can't do that. But yeah, I dreamt about this girl, and it was so real. I was like, oh my God, this is so real. But Even this morning, the dream that I had dreamt about my mum and the old house that I lived in, and yeah, just really super rich, vivid dreams, at least. How about you? Like, are you experiencing the same thing with dreams?
Yeah, I am. I am, but I'm not. Remembering most of the dream. Only like a clip here and there of it. You know. But I feel like it was real. It almost feels like it was real, and it's a weird feeling because I don't know how to explain it. It just felt like I was more alive um in my
Yeah,
dream than I was here,
I
than I
know what
am
you
here.
mean. Yeah, and it's a different. I know exactly what you're talking about, and it's like that's what I'm saying, Patrick. I reckon we've been captured here, man, because it's
I
like
feel
we're
like I can
tuned
do
in.
anything in my dream. Like I
Yeah.
have full mobile of everything, and I can run, I can do everything in my dream. But yeah, no, go ahead. What were you saying about that captured? Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
resonating with that.
Yeah,
I'm
it's been
resonating with the captured part because I felt that before. Um,
well,
that
I'm gonna say this, and again, this I have to caveat this because when I say things, I may have a different view tomorrow morning, right? So this is
hmm
just a thought and then throwing a thought up in the ether.
yeah,
But when I was living in Clayfield here in Queensland, and I saw in 2017, and I saw Isaiah 12 in the sky and the moon at the feet, and she had the Jupiter inside of her for 9 months and exited through the womb and all that stuff that happened in the sky because I filmed it, I
yeah,
watched it, I saw
yes,
it,
I
right?
seen it too. Mm.
But what's one way? What's one way, Patrick? What's one way? What's one way? What is one way? Have an artificial sun. Have an artificial moon. 2017. Have artificial stars in the sky. Recreate what it says in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Captured. So you
Man,
could be
I'm gonna
right.
have to read that part again. I'm gonna have to. I'm. I don't think I fully read that part, but I know what part you're talking about. It does feel like that. It does make sense. Mm.
Revelation 12.1. I'm going to read it to you.
Revelations.
Yeah. Can
Did
I read
you?
it to you? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll read it out to you while you're looking it up. So Revelation 12.1, a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and a crown of 12 stars on her head. Then I witnessed in heaven an event of great significance. I saw a woman with clothes of the sun, with the moon on her feet, and a crown of 12 stars on her head. I'm just reading. Sorry, yeah, that's what it says. Here we go. This is the one I wanted to see. Sorry, it's just brought up multiple things. Oh my God. Why don't they make it easy? It's the Bible, man. You can't make it difficult. She was pregnant and carrying out in pain and agony of giving birth. Why can't I see the rest of it? Revelation 12. Maybe if I put Revelation 12:1, and maybe that will bring it up. 12:2. Oh my goodness gracious!
You want me to read it?
Yeah, if you could read it, because I'm going online, just from Revelations 12:1 through to the next
I'm
few.
gonna start at Revelations 12.
Okay.
Now a great sign appeared in the heaven. It says heaven in here. A woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars. Then being with child, she cried out in labor and in pain to give birth. And another sign appeared in heaven. Behold, a great fiery red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 diadems on his heads. His tail drew a third of the stars of heaven and threw them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was ready to give birth, to devour her child as soon as it was born. She bore a male child who was a rule all nations with a rod of iron, and her child was caught up to God and his throne. Then the woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by God, that she should feed her that they should feed her there 1260 days. And war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought with the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought. But they did not prevail, nor was a place found for them in heaven any longer. So the great dragon was cast out, that the serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast to the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Then I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now salvation and strength and the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ have come, for the accuser of our brethren who accused them before our God day and night has been cast down. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. And they did not love their lives to the death. They did not love their lives to the death. Therefore rejoiced, O heavens, and you who dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and the sea, for the devil has come down to you, having great wrath, because he knows that he has a short time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that short time is now, and it's just not working. It's not working. It's not working.
No. Nope. I feel that we are gonna be home shortly.
Make it quick. Make it quick.
I know. When I read the Bible, it's like we hear in the Bible that it says somewhere where the time will be that God had to cut the time so short that otherwise there'd be no flesh alive. And that's hard to think of, that this is all coming to tuition. And how long are we actually, if we're gonna see everything, manifest, this could get this could get I don't know, really bad. Because how could you not believe the Bible when everything is being shown to you?
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is there's going to be a couple of major events that are not being seen in the Western world for quite some time, and it's gonna impact a lot of people, and that's gonna cause a major fucking event. And I
Yeah.
think we're on the precipice, to use a fancy word, right now, where everything is just going under the radar. Everyone's back to normal. Everyone's focused on the latest thing that they've given us, which is an old trick of theirs, is to inflation, artificially bring about rising in prices. That's the new thing. So everyone's scrambling for cash and paying for shit, and everyone's putting their prices up, and that's the latest thing. And interest rates up, houses down, sell your house, make some money, yada yada, all this bullshit. And that's where the scramble is. So they got everyone scrambling again. It's COVID scramble. It's inflation scramble. It's fucking the wildfire scramble. It's 9/11 security scramble. It's on and on and on, all this bullshit. So they've got us running around doing stuff, but their time's coming to an end. And it'll be interesting, man. My fear is not them. My fear is the dumb people. So sorry to say this, but there's so many people who have no fucking idea what's going on. I'm more worried about the people who don't have any idea than the people causing all of this, because they'll be gone soon enough. And I mean that. We just gotta get
so many people fall into these bigger channels and listen to they're being taken the wrong way. I feel bad for them, because I sometimes when I'm in a channel like that, I will put in there, you guys are being deceived, and most of the time they don't even see me. They don't even acknowledge me. So it's like, I don't know if I get deleted right away out of the person's chat or what. I don't know what happens, but most of the time they don't even see me. But when they do see me, they react bad. Like, you don't know what you're talking about and stuff. I mean, but yeah, I feel bad. There's a lot of people that are being deceived.
Speaking of being deceived, Patrick is one of my really good friends, and reached out to him and said, "Man, I've been permanently banned on Twitter." A couple of things that I said, Patrick, hopefully you can have a laugh about this and you're not too tired, but do you mind if I use like profanity on here? Is that okay?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I guess because it's pretty gross what I'm about to say. That there's a guy who I really can't stand. His name's Tom Segura. He's a comedian, and he's all about being really rich and all this stuff, and hates poor people. And he'll make fun of people just for a laugh, right? I really don't like this dude, right? Anyway, he put a thing on his page which said, "What's something that's on Twitter? What's something that's really weird that makes you come, right? In terms of sex." And underneath that, I was so angry that he can get away with writing that in a post. Like, he had it as a picture, and I wrote, "Your wife," right? Now, he's a comedian. Now, I thought that would have been funny, right? As a joke. So that was one thing. The second thing, and I don't like him, so that's why I wrote it. The second thing is I wrote, "There are only two genders," on my Twitter. And the third thing is that I've been posting on Elon Musk's page saying, "NASA files, NASA gate, Tesla to Mars." There's no way a Tesla can get inside of a rocket. How does a car get inside of a rocket? Anyone? Like, the payload on those things, that like the astronauts have to lose weight. Like, they have to have the lightest food. There's nothing on a rocket, because the payload to get off the Earth is incredible. So he
Yeah.
launched, and everyone in this chat is okay with that. Everyone that's listening to this is okay that there's a Tesla flying through space to Mars, and everyone believes it, and it's on the news everywhere, and everyone's okay with that. So I put
Yeah.
NASA files, NASA Gate, Tesla to Mars, and Fake X. I'm going to put it in the chat. There we go. So if you want to do digital into a favor, cut and paste those 4 hashtags and start sharing them on Twitter. Share them with Elon Musk. Share them with SpaceX. Share them with anyone who's like decent and normal that they can, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've had my digital saddies rant, but you know, fucking how stupid are people
I
that there's a car launched into
actually,
space?
yeah, I actually did share all that to Elon
Mhm.
Musk, and
I saw that.
yeah, and he like, come on, how can he tell us? He reminds me of a Trump, because Trump will get everybody to follow him and do these good
Yeah.
things when we all know he's bad, you
He
know.
really is. Ultimately, I mean, like, I like the fact that he was fighting the New World Order, but I think that's just he's just gone off of what's
He
it
was
called?
playing the
Byron
good
considered
guy.
behavior.
Like
Exactly.
I tell my brother, he was playing the good guy. My brother's a big Trump fan. And I'm like, he's just playing the good guy, man. They're all working together, you know. And he's the head of the C19er. Come on. He's the head of this. And I'm like, how can you still believe in it when he's promoting this? He's the father. He says he's the father of the C19er, you know? So
Mhm.
I'm like, how can you still believe in a guy that's, you know, doing this? Um, but you got so many people. It's like sheep. You know, you get a bunch to start going one way, then they all start going that way. You know, just because the rest of them are doing it. And that's one thing throughout my whole life is I've always been an outsider. Always been an outsider.
Yeah.
Even though I was in a pack of my friends who I play sports with, I as a young kid I was still an outsider. I didn't belong anywhere. I didn't belong with the dirt bags. I didn't belong with the jocks. I didn't belong with the smart people. I didn't belong with the whatever group there was in high school. I just didn't. I actually got along with everybody because I didn't fit in anywhere, so I got along with everybody. And people who had problems with somebody else in another group, I was pretty much the mediator because I got along with everybody.
Yeah.
So I guess it was a good thing in a way, you know. Even in my own household, I was the outsider because my dad got remarried, and in his marriage, he had 2 kids with that wife. So when they split up, my mother was already passed away, so my dad didn't have to do anything to keep me, you know, under his roof or in, you know, whatever. He had to pretty much buy my brother and sister to try to get them to like him instead of their mother, you know. It was like a constant battle because my dad would have visitation on, you know, every other week or whatever, and then Christmas time would come around, so he'd have to try to outdo the mother in Christmas gifts,
Yeah.
but he didn't have to worry about me because I was already, you know, his kid, and there was no mother to come take me away, you know. So I was kind of the outsider through everything. I didn't belong when they were married for eight years or whatever to the first woman. I didn't belong to their family, and we lived near her family, so we were always around her family. So I was the only kid that didn't I didn't belong. but it made me stronger. It made me stronger.
It did. I mean, ultimately, it sounds like that's some things there that you and I share as well that we haven't talked about before. But yeah, it's that path, isn't it, man? Can't help but wonder, like, whether this, how like the Mandela effect happened and all this sort of stuff, whether like if we're all like numbers and ones and zeros, that some of those ones and zeros have aligned, like it somehow, when it got all jumbled up, like some of us came out of it, like you and Rain and me and a couple of other people. And, there's been things with Layered Life and stuff like that, and Muzza and people, where there's been these coincidences that are just it's too impossible it's just been so impossible for it to have happened on the other side of the planet. But here we are, man. We're still fighting on, and maybe, like I say, when we're in JW and Rain on the Plains position, this will just be all like micro, like insignificant points in time where we are right now. So we got to enjoy it and do what we can to spread the word. But yeah, it's interesting. It's really interesting, because if you rewind 12 months, 24 months, 36 months, 48 months, what's after that? 60 months. If you rewind back right at the beginning, Patrick, you and I were flipping out over the fact that there was a Marriott at the bottom of the 9/11. Then there was the Australian wildfires. There was the San Francisco cars and the bitumen, cars and street signs, and the bitumen was melting, but the houses were melting, but the trees were staying alive. Like, we went through all of that.
The grass wasn't even burnt.
The grass wasn't even burnt. We were going through all of that, and the whole of Australia was on fire. I mean, come on. The whole of fucking Australia was on fire.
And you guys were totally locked down. You guys were totally locked down.
Don't worry about that. Then we went through that shit, right? And year after year after year, and here we are now. And we're about to go into World War III. So I leave that with you, Patrick. This 10-minute chat has gone way beyond that. I'm really grateful. I needed a friend tonight massively, and couldn't have picked a better person to have a chat with, because I just needed to it's Friday night, and I needed to get away from my head from this week.
That's cool.
What a great chat.
Yeah, it's always nice when you come into chat. I like chatting with you. And so I'm glad that we got a chance to get together, because I hate when we don't talk. I think something's going wrong, something's happening. So yeah, I like to hear from you that you're doing all right and everything. So that's cool.
Yeah. Well, if I'm going to be anywhere, man, I'll be on this channel. So I don't really do my own stuff anymore, but that's why I dropped in, man. I dropped in. I saw you were live. I sat down. I was like, oh, I'm going to watch I watched this guy called Matt Armstrong. He does up he's in UK, and he gets like expensive cars that have been wrecked, and he rebuilds them. And I was like, oh, I wonder if Matt Armstrong's done a video, and sat down. I was like, oh, Patrick Roberts is live. So I was like, got to jump in the chat. That was like about half an hour ago, but
that's
yeah,
awesome.
man. Yeah, and Anne says Australians have been so harassed and attacked right in the front of everyone. Maybe wouldn't happen to find the land down under. Hey, I'll leave one last comment here, and then we'll bounce, Patrick. And this is going out to the Australians in the chat that I saw and chatted to earlier. So if, like, I'm from Adelaide, which is right at the south central, right in the middle at the bottom, and Melbourne is right at the middle. Right in the middle of the East Coast at the bottom. So if we're living down there, and this is something that's kind of a scary theory, which is right at the bottom towards Antarctica, and if the globe is real, which at the moment they tell us it is, Russia could just easily launch a missile over the top of Antarctica. Because basically what Australians think Russia is like North Pole, up near the North Pole. But realistically, hang on a second, maybe I am getting myself confused. And this is
Russia
why you should
is
never,
almost right next to the North Pole.
yeah, this is why you should never listen to Digital Intel on a Friday night, because I'm getting my locations confused. We could
That's
fly
okay.
over the South Pole to South America or South Africa. Yeah, I'm getting myself confused. Let's end on a good note and let's not think about bad things. But this guy Patrick, the other day I was watching, like, he was sitting on the tarmac in like, he's a flat earther, and he was sitting on the plane, and he had a little setup on his seat, in between his seat there, and he had a spirit level, like one of those things to measure that it's level. And he showed it on the tarmac, and he's like, it's perfectly level. The little bubble was between the two lines, right? And then the plane takes off, and the bubble leans back. They're going up. They get up to 36,000 feet or whatever it is, and the plane levels out. And you see the bubble on the spirit level, and the bubble's right in between the lines. So the whole entire time, because he knew, because when you were on the ground, right, in that short little space, it's level. It means it's level on the ground. No different to if you had an object and you were measuring it with the spirit level, you measure it to be level with the ground, right? So he's on the plane, on the tarmac, inside the plane, and it's level. It takes off and it leans back. So the whole time he's flying like 20 hours. Within reason, there's times when it goes up and down, but within reason, the spirit level's level. So the plane's flying flat. The plane doesn't ever fly up or down. It always flies flat. So for 20 hours, it's flying flat. If you flew at 900 kilometers an hour flat, you'd be at Venus by now, because you would have gone way off the ball because of the curve. You know what I mean? Like, it would just be going, if you were flying flat, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know. But anyway, Patrick, it's time to wind up. You need to go to bed.
Oh, I'm fine. It's only 2:45 in the morning here.
That's not too bad. But who knows, man? Who knows? I don't really know. I don't have the answers. I do not have the answers.
What is today? The 10th?
Yeah, 10th of the 3rd at 6:47 p.m.
4 more days and I'm gonna be 54 years old.
Oh,
you know what's
get
really
out of
weird
here.
is I thought I was 54 all this year already. So I'm
Right.
already way ahead of myself. I feel like I'm turning 45.
Oh God, I'll have to send you a birthday present, mate.
Oh no, that's fine. You know what? I'm gonna have hopefully you can join us in 4 days when it's my birthday. I'm gonna have a stream at night, roughly probably starting around 9:30, 10 o'clock at night.
No,
So
yeah.
hopefully you can join us.
Do you have a local takeaway place that you can get food from if I happen to want to place an order for you?
Oh yeah, there's like Domino's. There's like
sweet. That
yeah,
sounds good.
but and my favorite pizza is Hawaiian pizza with barbecue sauce.
Oh yes. Who doesn't like it? Oh man, this is like the age-old debate. You gotta have I can eat pizza without pineapple, but I love pizza with pineapple on top. I mean,
Oh, I
it's
know. It just tastes so good. And then
so
when
good.
you add the barbecue sauce, some people make the Hawaiian pizza with regular Italian sauce, but that's not right. You got to have the
No.
barbecue sauce.
Gotta have the barbecue sauce. I agree.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's a couple of the Domino's ones we have here which are pretty good. Yeah, I'm big on that because I'm celiac. I can't eat pizza, but they do a sourdough, which is gluten free, which means I'm allowed to eat it, and it's almost better. You have to pay $3 extra, but it's like this really crispy kind of base. Yeah, it's good.
I never tried it. I always have the thin crust.
Yeah, well, the
because,
gluten. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say the gluten-free one is a crispy, thin crust, but you won't feel bloated because it's not wheat; it's sourdough, right?
Oh,
So it's
I
really
love
good,
sourdough
man.
bread.
Yeah, it's really good. Like I'm not just saying that because I have no choice. I used to eat pizza as well, and maybe I didn't like the base as much because I'm celiac and it used to hurt when I ate it and stuff. But yeah, a lot of people that over here pay the extra $3 and they don't even have the same disease that I got. So yeah, it's good. It is good. So what night was that? Did you say in 4 nights time?
Yeah, and
14th?
4 nights. So today is Friday. It's just now Friday. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, it'd be probably Tuesday night, I guess, would be the 14th. So
Yeah, well, if
it
it's
kind
this,
of sucks it would fall on during a work week.
that's all right. Well, I'll keep my eyes peeled. What do I have on Wednesday? There's something I know that I've got on, but it's not too bad. So yeah, man, let's do it. So it's the 14th,
What are
15th.
you? Oh, hold on, Digi. Transsexual, Jesus Christ. What is that? I'm really sad, Patrick. What are you sad about? But transsexual, Jesus Christ. I never seen you before. Welcome. I don't get what is your title? I mean, what is your name? What's that about? I'm sad too, Patrick. Wanted to come on panel and talk. Oh my God, you guys.
Get him on. Who is it?
Hebrew operator. Hebrew operator. Or Hebrew.
It's not Hebrew from like Dan's channel, is it? Guy's a retard.
I don't
It's not
know.
Hebrew, is it? Fucking
What?
delete that guy if it's Hebrew.
I don't know. I don't know what it says. Vinny. Holy shit, Vinny. You need a nap, Patrick.
Transsexual, Jesus Christ. I don't think so.
He was. Oh my God. Where are you coming from?
That's probably Dan Scarab because he loves Dan's transsexuals.
Who? Scarab? Scarab
I don't know. I'm
Performance?
giving him shit. I'm trying to work out how it is. Voynich! Is it Voy trying to be funny? Voynich, come on here. I call him Voynich because I'm Australian. I'm stupid, but it's Voynich. Get him on here, Patrick, for the last 10.
He was already on here. I don't think he's going to come back on.
Voy, what are you doing? Stop
I'll put the
drinking all
link
that
on.
Dutch beer and get your ass on here.
Okay, now it's going to mess up on me.
Vinny Vengeance. Someone get some of these other dumbasses in here as well. Let's shut them down. Transsexual, Jesus Christ, you're dreaming, mate.
Yeah. Bring it on.
Get them on here. I see how long they last. Voy, what are you doing? Stop smoking the bong. Get on here.
Are you coming on, Voy? I put the link out there. Let's see if he comes
I know
on.
he
We'll
was
give him
already on. Chloe?
He was on for quite a while already. I think he was on for the first 3.5 hours or so.
He'll get on here and say, Digi,
He was already on
listen to me.
tonight.
Digi, listen. Digi, you need to listen, Digi. You need to get a good woman, Digi. Don't go with these toxic women. You need to follow the hot, crazy matrix, Digi.
All right.
Boy, you love to suck a bong. Come on. You do a bucket bong. Come on, get on here, boy. What are you doing?
Hey, my phone's at 33%. It crawled all the way up from 15%. It only took an hour and a half.
Your iPhone is a Freemason.
Well, I don't have an iPhone.
Oh, whatever it is.
Maybe that's the problem.
Keeping the fun zone, did you? Boy's too high to come on here.
3.5 hours. It's 5.25 hours.
Don't you find it really weird that transsexual Jesus
You're
Christ
talking about
appeared? Transsexual Jesus Christ appeared, and then all of a sudden, Voy is in the chat. I think Voy is wearing a cloak.
You think so?
I think he's cloaking us. Yeah.
Voy said it was a joke. Oh, you can never be too high. Oh, yes, you can.
Oh,
I've
yes, you can.
been so high I literally threw up. That's how high I was.
Was the room spinning around as well?
Oh God, it was
fuck
horrible.
that.
I felt like
Fucking
I
that.
was hammered. Like I
Oh.
was drunk.
Yeah. I had that when I got given a cookie once that was like they put extra in this particular cookie and they roasted me hard. And yeah, by the time I got home, like my whole room was spinning round and round and round. I was like, oh no. Yeah, and then yeah, bam. It was there. I was like throwing up my guts. It's Paul. What was his name? Paul
Paul from
something.
Newcastle.
Don't know. I don't know. Maybe it is. Voy, are you gonna join us? Chloe, are you gonna join us? Creek Mary one. Is someone gonna join us before we bounce out tonight?
Nobody wants to join.
You're all soft as shit.
Everybody's lurkers.
All lurking. They're all so stoned. How can you get too high? You know what? You guys need to.
You got to have good weed. That's how you get too high, is have good weed and smoke too much. It doesn't take much for me though. It takes like I don't know, probably about a bowl and a half or almost 2 bowls would be way too much for me. If I did a whole bowl by myself, that would be too much for me, probably. At one sitting.
That's fair enough too. Well, Patrick, what are we gonna do here?
I'm gonna eat and go to bed.
Yeah. Okay.
But I would have loved to have you, longer, obviously. But I'm definitely
That's what she said.
tired.
You know what we really same, bro. You know what we really need to do? We need to kind of bring back, form the band again. We need to get Layered Life to come on in here. Maybe a couple of the older men.
Yeah, they never come. They never come over here.
Well, Layered Life's now earning. Layered Life's house went to like $1 million, and he's earning all this money. He doesn't even talk to me. He's supposed to be my best mate. He doesn't talk to me anymore. I have to reach out to him, and then it's like, I've got to spend some time with this Australian dude. So, I hope he hears this, and we'll get him on the show, and I'll make sure I make everyone aware of it because he'll give me shit. But we should get some of the old gang back, man, for a bit of a reunion. Because
I know.
Life Matrix will come on here.
Yeah, I can't think. Helen is around. Maybe we can get her on here. And how about
What about Salted Cedar? Did you ever know him at all?
Yeah, Salted Cedar. He's never been. I don't think he's ever been on the panel. But I'm trying to think of the one that does the this pose.
You got to get prelim on here as well.
You know this pose?
What?
The thinker pose.
Oh,
Who-
Noblest D. Noblest D.
I can't. I don't know why I couldn't think of it. It's like I was having a brain fart, but I would love to get him back on here. You know, all them people who have like makes you think when they talk. It makes you think. You know, and another one is um I can't think of his name right now.
Lone Eagle.
Yeah, Lone Eagle's all right. I mean, I've never had him on my. I don't think he's ever been in my chat at all.
Do you know what?
I don't
do you know
even
what,
think he
Patrick?
knows who I am.
Do you know? He'd know who you are. Do you know what? I might even do like a massive reunion thing, and have like you as like the permanent. Have you as the like all the way through. So there'll be panel members. Like go back to my old panel show. Just do a one-off.
Oh yeah,
And have-
Valentine said he wants to join too. Yeah,
Yeah.
fuck yeah, that would be awesome.
You like that? I reckon I
Oh,
could
fuck
organize
yeah.
that. I'll set a date, and then we'll get people on. I mean, it'd be like the old days when we on my channel when just like after everyone's show, like everyone would just pile in, and we could just have a fucking Mandela session.
You would get a lot more of them people than I would because a lot of them have never even been on my panel, and I know a lot of them have been on your panel. But
Yeah.
they don't know that you're around, yeah, because you had to start a new channel, didn't you?
Yeah. Could do a one-off. Like people like Rachel Reenstra and stuff like that. I reckon I could get her
Yeah.
in. Yeah, we could do I could do
Night
like
Chloe, love ya.
do a show, but
Mhm.
all right, man. I'm gonna bounce-a-roo. I'm gonna let you go do some sleeping, get some food, and go to bed. And
All right.
are you gonna be live again over the weekend?
Probably. More than likely, yes. Mhm.
All right. Well, I'll look out for you.
I
Thank you,
might
everyone.
even go live. I might even go live tomorrow night or
Okay.
tonight. So
Yeah, that sounds good.
what time is it there when it's 9:30 at night here? You're
What time is
18
it?
hours ahead,
What
right?
time? What time is it there now exactly? It should be on the hour.
It's 3 a.m.
It's 3 a.m. there now, and it's 7 p.m. the following day here. So 3 to 3 is 12 hours, and then from
So-
3 o'clock to 7 o'clock is 4 hours. So it's 16. I'm 16 hours ahead.
So you're actually in Saturday night already?
No, I'm on Friday. You're in the early hours of Friday morning. I'm at Friday night at 7 o'clock.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
All right, so I'm
So-
ahead by that much. So what time did you say? So
9:30 at night. 9:10.
9:30 at night. What time is it there now? 3. So if 3 take, so that's 3 take 3 is 6. So 6
It'd
takes
be 11
7.
o'clock
So-
in the morning.
No. It'll be 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Take 6 hours off. It'll be 1 o'clock this afternoon for me. So it'll be Saturday 1 o'clock, which is easy. It's like lunch just after lunch. And that's how it normally is. A Friday night in America is normally just after lunch in Australia. Like a Friday
Okay.
evening. Yeah. So maybe if you can, I don't know if you've got international SMS, just SMS me or email me.
Yeah, I'll have
check
to
in.
email you because I don't have whatever that is, SMS.
Well, messaging, text message.
Oh, text message. Do I have your number? Yeah, I have
Yeah.
your number, don't I?
Yeah, I've still got you on my
shit,
phone.
I forgot about that. That's a lot
just text
faster
me.
than fucking emailing, yeah.
Well, an email, I don't get it with mail.com. I don't get a notification. I could turn it on, but I don't have it on at the moment. So, yeah, SMS me. Just say, hey, I'm going live in 30 minutes, and I'll make sure I get home.
Okay.
All right.
All
Yeah,
right,
we'll get
bro.
Voy on here. We'll get Chloe on here. We'll get other people on here, and whoever you
Yeah.
want to be on there, man. Just get them on here, and we'll do it.
Yeah, we'll have a nice big show.
Sounds good. All right, you enjoy your night or enjoy your morning.
Yeah, you too. Thanks a lot for coming on, Didge.
No, thank you, mate. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. All right. Well, thank you to Digi for joining us. And I am going to hit the sack. I appreciate everybody that joined me tonight. We had a lot of people on tonight, actually. And I think we had a very good stream. I don't think we said anything out of that would break any algorithms or anything. Since I've got my phone up to 30, hold on. Since I got my phone up to 36%, I can chat with you for a few more minutes. Let me move to the office real quick. And then I'll say my proper goodbyes to you guys. Ooh, I left the light on in here. All right. Oh, I forgot to introduce you guys. Oh, dude. You guys have met Whitey before, right? My little bear. I was gonna introduce you guys to Whitey, but we'll do it next time because Whitey's probably sleeping anyways. I've got this little polar bear that's a friend of mine. He enjoys he actually enjoys getting on stream and talking to you guys. But we'll do it another night because it's gotten a little I mean, we're like 5.5 hours. Nobody's gonna watch a 5-hour stream, right? I mean, I guess it's these streams are I like people who do long streams because when I do something during the day or whatever I'm doing, I do like to hear the stream, like I'll listen to somebody's stream but it's hard to find any streams anymore that just sit and talk like we do, like just talk about whatever comes into our mind. You don't find too many streams that do that anymore. But anyways, cheers to y'all. Thanks a lot to everybody who joined tonight. And let's see, what do I want to leave you guys with? Oh yeah, there is a verse that I wanted to talk about. I'll leave you guys with this. The Son of Man is going to come in all his Father's glory with his angels, and then he will reward each person accordingly to what he or she has done. It says he, but he has done. Some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So, with that, God bless you guys. And Jesus Christ is the way. He's my Lord and Savior, and I love him very much. And I love you all very much. And I hope you guys have a great night or day. And God bless you guys. And with that, I will see you guys tomorrow night or tonight. I'll most likely do one tonight. So come on back. Valentine will get you up on panel if you want to come up. Anybody who wants to come up on panel is more than welcome to come up on panel. I'm pretty easygoing. So with that, you guys stay vigilant and see you later.